Welcome on in, BGSU baseball fans. It is a great day here at Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by my broadcast partner Coyle Withrow, and the Falcons have Ball State at home in the rubber match in Game 3 of a three-game series, which sees the fourth ranked in the MAC Bowling Green State University Falcons taking on the number one team in the conference, Ball State. Now, Coyle, it has been a wet, windy day so far here today, so we apologize for any inconvenience that might have caused you. Game is currently scheduled for a 3 p.m. first pitch. It's 2:48 right now, so hopefully everything can go as planned. The tarp is currently off. I don't think it will be put back on today, hopefully. So, Coyle, without further ado, what is your biggest thing you expect to see in this game after the mountain of runs we saw yesterday?
I think it'll be another game where whoever can swing the bat better will come out on top. There's no true standout arm, per se, that happened this weekend. Everybody's been trying to keep getting outs, and I think if you can keep the ball down and keep the ball in the yard, whoever does that's going to come out on top.
And you're right about that, Coyle. When it comes to the arms, it's been a little bit of a surprise for both teams. Pitching for Ball State, who are top in the MAC currently with a 5.34 ERA, they got rocked yesterday. You look at the box score for yesterday's game, and it's just not super pretty for the Cardinals. They trotted out a couple different guys, couldn't really get anything going. The Falcons figured them out early and often. In the first game, you had Keegan Johnson get rocked in 3.2 innings pitched. He let up 5 hits for 4 runs, all of those earned, 5 walks and 6 strikeouts with a wild pitch. So we saw it yesterday, saw it the day before. Strong pitching for Ball State, getting rattled early. Pitching for the Falcons, however, not so good as well, as they lose yesterday 23-18. And pitching was actually pretty solid. We saw Carson Sova come in to open. He let up a home run in the very first. He let up a home run to start. And then after that, his offense was able to keep them in the game. He was able to hang on. We saw Ty Roeder hang in for a very long amount of time. But then Connor Penrod, uncharacteristically, he did get shelled a little bit, let up a grand slam to take the lead, as well as Ball State, who were up 19-18. They added 4 more off that grand slam.
Yeah, I think the biggest contrast from yesterday to today, the wind is not blowing nearly as hard as it was yesterday. Yesterday, if you got a fly ball up into the air toward that right field corner, there's a solid chance that it was going to leave the yard. Today it's just not happening.
Yeah, you're right about that, Coyle. I'm crunching the numbers right now. We saw 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 home runs yesterday. 2 grand slams as well. Absolutely crazy with how that wind was blowing.
Yeah, the Ball State's junior shortstop Dylan Grego went 4 for 6 with 3 home runs yesterday. He was a solo home run short of the home run cycle. Finished with 9 RBIs.
And if you actually go back to Thursday's game, he did have a solo home run.
Yep.
So in 2 days, Dylan Grego has hit the home run cycle, which is a bit ridiculous to say. I mean, absolutely unreal performance out of him. Yesterday, 6 at-bats for 5 runs, 4 hits, 9 RBIs, led both teams in that statistical category, and 1 walk. He was left on base twice, so he was just a monster. And that doesn't even take away from some of the Falcon performances. You look at Gavin Gannon. In his 5 at-bats, he had 2 hits for 2 runs, 4 RBIs off a grand slam, and he was walked once, struck out twice. And then Gunnar Antillian, you mentioned this off air, he could be the player of the week for Bowling Green through 6 at-bats, 4 hits, with 2 runs, 5 RBIs, and he was struck out once.
So if you go back, talking about Antillian, if you go back to Tuesday's game at Purdue Fort Wayne, he is 11 for 16 with 10 RBIs and scored 5 times with 2 home runs. He might be the hottest guy in the Falcon lineup this week.
Yeah, Coyle. I mean, he had back-to-back home runs against Purdue Fort Wayne on Tuesday, and then on Thursday against Ball State. Didn't get a home run yesterday, but still very nice performance out of him. And we look at this lineup for Bowling Green. They are just so dominant. In the MAC statistically, they are one of the top teams in batting average. They are the top after yesterday. That's kind of expected when you score 18 runs. 306 batting average. They have the second most hits in the MAC, only behind Ball State. They have 402. They do not have the most runs, 281. That's fifth in the MAC. But when it comes to the long ball, they're fifth as well with 42. So as a whole, Bowling Green, they did a lot yesterday. Still were unable to get the job done. You would love to see a series win yesterday. Still have the opportunity here in this rubber match. Rubber might be a little soaked, but it's still usable. Coyle, we already brought up what the Falcons and the Cardinals need to do, what you want to see. What's the player to you that will need to stand out and make their biggest difference? Give me one for both sides.
I think the Falcons starting pitcher, Nick Good, I think if he can come out, give us 4 or 5 solid innings, keep the ball down, keep the ball in the yard. And the contrast to that is Dylan Grego. Keep him in the yard, and there's a solid chance that it's going to be a pretty good day.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Dylan Grego has been phenomenal. We were talking to a Ball State photographer who's here for the game, and we were talking about the Athlete of the Year pick, the MAC Player of the Year. I really think it's a 3-horse race. You've got Evan Applewick, the center fielder from Miami of Ohio. You've got Garrett Wright, catcher for Bowling Green, a name we know all too well, and then Dylan Grego, who has just been lighting up the baseball.
Yeah, Grego was actually named to the best shortstop in the country watch list earlier this week through the National College Baseball Foundation, which, again, you go against a guy like that, you know that it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, to say the least.
Yeah, and I like that you brought that up because we can kind of extrapolate on that a little bit more because, honestly, when it came to being a shortstop, purely a shortstop yesterday, wasn't the best day for Grego as a whole. He gave up. He had a couple errors yesterday, and in that position, we saw it early. He did manage to tighten things up a little bit, but you look at the errors specifically for both teams. Falcons don't end up winning, but 3-1 in errors. Ball State scored. They had 3 errors yesterday, and they still managed to come out with a win. And I believe that's really because they were able to tighten up. Dylan Grego, he had 1 error, but he more than made up for it in his athletic ability above home plate.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this to Tyler a couple weeks ago on the Miami broadcast. It's really hard to defend against a ball that's on the tennis courts.
Yeah.
You can play great defense. You cannot catch a ball that's hit into the trees.
And we saw that with Zach Horkey specifically. It felt like at times they were picking on him in right field yesterday because that ball was just flying. It felt like it would get touched off the bat and go over the fences. And just, you got to remember, 6'4" frame Zach Horkey couldn't get some of those balls. It was an unreal day in the air yesterday.
Yeah, and I think saw it with Ganun's home run Thursday. You can't really defend against it.
Yeah, you're right about that. So we are going to step aside for just a second, and then we will have our starting lineups on the other side of this break. I've been Chaz McNeil with Coyle Withrow, and you're listening to Falcon Radio, BGSU Baseball.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
This is Phil Beskid, BGSU Radio Faculty Advisor. You can catch all the Falcon Media Sports Network broadcasts on our two stations, WBGU 88.1 FM and Falcon Radio, which can both be found on bgfalconmedia.com. Ziggy.
Let's play baseball, Falcon fans, as we have the starting lineups for both teams. Coyle, run us through that Ball State lineup.
Leading off for Ball State, we got Alex Richter at third base. Dylan Grego, again, like I mentioned, big gay yesterday at short. Haskowski at second. Garrett Arnold behind the dish yet again. Giovanetti at first. Beavis in right field. Ty Davis, DH. Corbin Griffin in left. And then Gavin Bayless in center field. Again, it's kind of like the same lineup as we had the last couple days.
Yeah, it's a very similar lineup. The only change is in left field, Corbin Griffin. He came in as a pinch batter yesterday, and several pinch batters in that 8th spot. But for Bowling Green, leadoff is TJ Tackett center field, Garrett Wright the catcher in the 2 spot. In the 3 spot, Brady Birchmeyer first base. At DH, Gavin Gannon at 4 as cleanup. Zach Horkey in the 5th spot as right field. Gunnar Antillion, the shortstop, at 6. Brayden Curlis at 7th, the second baseman. Carter Motice in left field. And rounding us out is Alex Laird in the 9 spot at third base. And pitching for Bowling Green is Nick Good, the senior who has been an on and off starter for the Falcons. He is looking to further cement himself in this role. He was the usual Saturday guy for a while. This is technically a Sunday game, even though it is being played on Saturday. Penrod's stats so far this year, he has pitched 20. I said Connor Penrod, excuse me. I meant Nick Good. Nick Good, so far this year, he's got a 6.61 ERA. In 8 appearances, 7 games played, 7 games started. He's got a 2-3 win-loss record. He has pitched 32 and 2/3 innings, allowed 42 hits for 27 runs, 24 of those earned, with 19 walks and 37 strikeouts. Leading off, as you mentioned, Coyle, is Alex Richter. First pitch by Good with the windup just a bit high as we have first pitch here right at 3 o'clock on the button. Is a nice 67 degrees here today. Second pitch will be swung on that one. Dribbles right behind Good. The throw, it will be on time to Brady Birchmeyer. That was Gunnar Antillion on the throw, and just like that, one batter out for Ball State.
Yeah, it was nice to see Antillion come over the middle there, just bounce right behind Nick Good over the mound, just right over the rubber.
Next up for Ball State is Dylan Grego, the face you never want to face, as he is at a 378 batting average, appeared in all 40 games, started all 40, in 164 at-bats. He's got 62 hits, 41 runs, with 12 moonballs, 43 RBIs. First pitch just a bit high in the face of Grego there.
Yeah, I think that's going to be Good's key to getting Grego out today, is just keep the ball out of the middle of the plate.
This pitch by Good, low and inside there. Tried a fastball, couldn't sneak it in. Grego, like we mentioned, he has the home run cycle through 2 games. Swing and a miss there by Dylan Grego. He wanted all of that baseball. Fooled a bit by the fastball there over the plate by Good. 2-1 count for the junior. The delivery. Inside again. That one just misses the inside corner there on the bottom side. 3-1 count walk in play. Deep breath by the senior, good. This one will be swung on, pop foul behind the head of Grego, and we'll do it again, 3-2 count. It is a full count here at Stellar. Good. That will be swung on, dribbling down the left field line. That will stay fair. Going to grab it is Mo Tice. Grego will make it to second base, and a stand-up double. The throw to the cutoff man, just a bit short there. Bit over the head of Gunnar Antillion, and that is going to be a double for Dylan Grego, continuing his phenomenal weekend.
Just a good piece of two-strike hitting there by Grego. Got a nice fastball in on the hands and just poked it down that left field line.
Next up for Ball State is Nick Hasovsky, the senior, 325 batting average. First pitch by Good, low and in the dirt. Good job by Garrett Wright keeping that one in front of him. 1-0 count. That pitch inside towards the shoulder of Hasovsky. 2-0 count for Nick Good.
And Chaz, I just want to mention, it's a pretty full house here at Stellar Field today, especially for the game being delayed by 2 hours.
You're right about that one, Coyle. With the rain as well, wet seats never enjoyable as Nick Good keeps trying to hit that inside corner, unable to get there. 3-0 count with 1 out. This one for the walk will be high and outside, and that will be walk number 1 of the day for the senior Nick Good. That sends Hasovsky to first, leaving Grego on second base as up comes Garrett Arnold, catcher for the Cardinals.
The catcher, Garrett Arnold.
Arnold batting .340 on the year. Doesn't have any home runs.
Not the biggest power guy here, Coyle, for Ball State. He's batting cleanup. This pitch by Good, high, nearly above the head there of Garrett Wright. Good job getting up and grabbing that one. Yesterday, Garrett Arnold had 3 plate appearances, had 2 hits for 3 runs with an RBI. He was walked 3 times. This one swung on high, and it will break foul on the right side to set the count at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second in the form of Grego and Hasovsky. And a little bit about Garrett Arnold here. Not the biggest guy, which might be why he gets a lot of walks. Swing and a miss there for a 1-2 count. Arnold, 5'10", 175 pounds, from San Jose, California. Went to Bellarmine College Prep. Trying for the strikeout is good. That one high and inside for a 2-2 count.
Yeah, Chaz, it doesn't look like Nick Good's quite happy with the mound, kind of kicking at it a little bit. Might be a little holdover from the rain we got all night and all morning.
Definitely something about pitchers. This one going to be fouled high and going to break towards us. That one actually hits the press box all over our heads. So it's still going to remain a 2-2 count. The delivery by Good, swung on, bobbled, caught in the hand of Garrett Wright, but that will be foul tipped on home plate. That sent Hasovsky and Grego running, but they will have to do it again on second and first. Bit overcast here today, as we did have rains all through the night and into the morning here. This one going to be swung on, bounce foul again, so Arnold just trying to get a feel of that baseball.
Yeah, just trying to fight it off and try to make something happen, trying to get his guys to second and third with at least one out.
Nick Good pitched 4 innings against Western Michigan last week. This one swung on. That one's going to be blooped in front of Mo Tice. Rounding the bases is Ball State, and that will score Grego for a 1 RBI double by Garrett Arnold in the cleanup position.
It actually looks like the scorer ruled out a single and advancing on the throw rather than just a straight-up double, since Matthijs really just came up throwing to third. Never really gave Arnold a thought as he was coming to second.
You're right about that one, Coyle. That one adjusted in the scorebooks here. Great job by Garrett Arnold, by the way, to just stay in that at-bat. He was down 1 ball, 2 strikes, still battled through it. And now we're going to have a meeting here at the mound between the infield. Our 3 umpires for today. Home plate will be Stephen Miller, first base Jay Myers, and third base Derek Whitfield, as Stephen Miller walks out to the plate to see what's going on.
Looks like the trainer's out there too, Chaz.
The start may have made you hungry. If so, we have our concession stand down the right field line.
Looking at either Good or I believe it is going to be a look at Good here.
It did look like on that first bouncer up the middle, looks like he did come down a little bit awkward on.
It's a bit of an elongated conversation here. Ball State do get the first score of the game on that RBI single by Garrett Arnold that ended up scoring Dylan Grego. On third base is Nick Hasovsky. And it looks like we do have some movement there in the bullpen.
Yeah, it looks like senior right-hander Landon Williman is warming up. He's been the Sunday guy for most of the year.
That would be a good second option if Nick Good cannot go. They're taking a very elongated look here. And so we are actually going to bounce to a break here while they figure things out. You are listening to Falcon Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
To listen to replays of recent Falcon Media Sports Network's broadcasts, tune into WBGU 88.1 FM every weekday morning from midnight to 3 a.m.
Are you a fan of BG Falcon Media and the Falcon Media Sports Network? You can show your support for BGSU student media by donating at the bottom of the page of stories on bgfalconmedia.com.
Hey there, BGSU graduate Jason Jackson from the Miami Heat here. Make sure to tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m. on WBGU 88.1 FM, home of the Falcon Media Sports Network.
Looking for
mandatory BGSU Athletics talk radio show? Tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m., where a panel of Falcon Media Sports Network members discuss the hottest BG sports topics. Only on WBGU 88.1 FM.
BG Women's Track heads to Charlottesville, Virginia for the Virginia Challenge on Friday, April 18th and Saturday, April 19th. Falcon Media Sports Network's Kevin Hutchinson will have a recap on bgfalconmedia.com.
Not what you want to see here in Bowling Green, as Nick Good still making some adjustments. Head coach Kyle Halleck for the Falcons walking out. This has been a very elongated conversation here on if Nick Good will be good to go.
Yeah, he doesn't look, he looks like he's in a little bit of pain at least. I mean, obviously we can't speculate being all the way up here in the press box, but Falcon bullpen has some movement. It doesn't look like they're taking their time down there either.
Yeah, you mentioned it off air. They got up in a hurry. Now, you do have someone trotting over back to the bullpen. The umpires are going to have a bit of a conversation here. That is going to be Miller and Myers chatting it up. This would be not ideal for Bowling Green. You'd like to get a little bit more distance out of Nick Good. Obviously, only just one out here in the inning. Ball State up 1-0 here. Doing a good old Tyler Kavelitz impression the best I can. Bowling Green, it is 60 degrees and very cloudy here at the home of the Orange and Brown. 12 miles an hour wind, 10% precipitation. It's going to get a little more wet as we get into this game. Hopefully that can hold off. Humidity sitting at a steady 78%.
Yeah, I walked outside this morning on the way over here, and I was like, that was my first thought was it feels great, but it's pretty humid. Ball's not going to travel as much as, like we saw yesterday.
So while we do have a bit of time here, we're going to see a bit of a change. As you can see, the bullpen is getting warm, and the entire dugout now clearing out to make the change from Good to somebody else as Coyle get those eyes going. I believe that's going to be Landon Williman.
Yeah, senior Landon Williman. Like I said earlier, he's been the Sunday guy for most of the year. So it's tough scenario for Bowling Green. Not the worst case in the fact that Williman is a very well-proven guy. This is essentially going to be the starting spot, as only one out has been recorded so far. Landon Williman, we will have more on him after he warms up. You have been listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio. Don't go anywhere.
Falcons women's tennis battles the Western Michigan Broncos on Friday, April 18th at 1 p.m. Check out the recap by Falcon Media Sports Network's Carter Leonard on bgfalconmedia.com.
This is Jay Crawford, former ESPN SportsCenter anchor and proud former member of the BGRSO sports organization right here. You're listening to 88.1 FM, WBGU HD1 and HD2, broadcasting more games than any other student-run organization in the country.
Welcome back here to Falcon Radio. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow, and Bowling Green have made the early pitching change with Landon Williman coming in for the Orange and Brown. Williman's stats so far this season, you mentioned it, Coyle, he has been a regular starter for BG with a heap of stats to go over. So far this season, he's got 33 total innings pitched, allowed 30 hits for 22 runs, 20 of those earned, 17 walks to 26 strikeouts, 12 doubles, with 2 home runs, has yet to give up a triple all year, and 7 wild pitches with 6 hit-by pitches. That is the one main flaw of Landon Williman's game, is the fact that he does tend to get a little bit wild with his pitches, either striking a batter or getting it past the catcher.
Yeah, and it looks like Williman, he is 1-0 on the year. However, he does have the second most innings pitched on the Bowling Green pitching staff, only behind Jacob Turner, who we saw on Thursday. It's kind of a mixed bag. A lot of the games Williman's been on, but like you said, the walks, the wild pitches, if he can keep those to a minimum, erase these 2 runners that will close the door for Nick Good. Kind of, especially on short notice like this.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough day for the Falcons already. You got a 1-hour rain delay. On top of that, the fact that you now have to go without your starting pitcher. You go with a game plan of having a starting pitcher after bringing in a different guy. Good that Williman is a seasoned starter. The senior righty from Napoleon, Ohio. So he's a semi-local. He's from the state. As we will now have Giovanetti up to bat for the first time today. Ben Giovanetti, the first baseman. Yesterday, Giovanetti had 3 hits for 2 runs with 2 RBIs. No extra base hits, as pitch number 1 will be a bit low for ball number 1.
Yeah, and it looks like Coach Halleck does have the corners playing up on the grass.
This one, he tries the off-speed. That one arcs way too far low and outside. It's an early 2-0 count for Giovanetti, who was walked not a single time yesterday. This pitch by Williman, framed well by Garrett Wright, hits that top corner for strike number 1. Runners on third and second. This one hit that will go to Antillian. The throw to Birchmeyer will get the second out of the inning, but not before a RBI is scored, as Nick Hasovsky, couldn't remember if it was Grego or Hasovsky, that one Hasovsky coming in to score. So that will be ruled as a ground RBI for Giovanetti.
Yeah, just, again, nice slow roller over to Antillian. Nothing he could really do with it other than get it to first base.
We've got Blake Bevis in the 6th spot, the right fielder. Bevis, one of those faces that we've seen a lot on this Ball State team yesterday. Just got 1 hit, but he did bring in 2 runs, one of those off a walk. The other hit was a 2 RBI home run. Strike 1 delivered by Williman. This second one right in the breadbasket in front of Bevis for strike number 2. It's an 0-2 count with 2 outs.
And I think this just shows off Williman's mental toughness, being able to come in. Not a big warm-up for him either. Maybe 10 minutes?
Not much whatsoever. And here he will deliver strike number 3 to send Bevis packing. And Bowling Green, they do get out of a bit of a jam, let up 2 runs in the first inning. We head to the bottom of the first right here on Falcon Radio. Stay with us.
Hey BG Falcon fans, you're here with Paige Kohler on the women's basketball team. These are my Falcon 4 favorite things about basketball. First off, I love competing. I love being able to win, and I love the winning feeling. Second, I love that it's a team sport. I love being out there with 4 other people on the court. Third, all the traveling that we get to do. I've been to so many new places because of basketball. And lastly, I love making new friends and just playing the sport I love with my best friends.
BG
women's track heads to Charlottesville, Virginia for the Virginia Challenge on Friday, April 18th and Saturday, April 19th. Falcon Media Sports Network's Kevin Hutchinson will have a recap on bgfalconmedia.com.
Back here at Stellar Field, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow. And Bowling Green looking to crawl back from an early deficit down 2-0 here, bottom of the first, as we will have the leadoff guy for the Falcons, looking to be the leadoff guy for the rest of the season, TJ Tackett. Tackett, 274 batting average. He's appeared in 33 games for the Falcons, started all 33. He's got 34 hits for 30 runs, 6 doubles with 4 long balls. Yesterday, didn't have the biggest game of his career, as he had 2 hits for 2 runs with a double, a single, and a walk. Tackett's one of the phenomenal sophomore players that has been developed. The top 3 for Bowling Green, all sophomores in the form of Tackett's, Wright, and Birchmeyer. Leadoff guy TJ Tackett's facing off against Drew Young, the righty senior with an 8.84 ERA, 0-4 win-loss record. That first pitch will be right down Broadway for strike number 1.
And it does look like that Ball State infield is shading Tackett's over toward the first base bag.
Tackett thinks about going, checks there. That will be ball 1 as that ball is low and inside. The battery for the Cardinals is Garrett Arnold and Drew Young currently. Taking his time is Young, tries a bit of an off speed. That one goes outside for ball number 2. Going back over those lineups, we have a close strike there, but that will actually be called a ball, 3-1 count. Arnold and Young the battery, Richter and Giovanetti on third and first respectively, Grego at shortstop, Hasovsky at second. Checked again, that will be a strike for TJ Tackett's, full count. Going from left to right, it's Griffin, Bayless, and Bevis in outfield. Count runs full here for TJ Tackett's. He was walked once yesterday. Thinks about swinging there, and he will be rung up for the first out of the day for Bowling Green as TJ Tackett is sent packing. And one of the biggest names in the MAC right now, Garrett Wright, will be up to bat. Garrett Wright, 421 batting average, has appeared in every game for the Falcons so far this season at 36. 45 runs off 56 hits, 11 doubles, 3 triples, 7 homers, 31 RBIs, and a 707 slugging. On base is at a wild 531. He's going to swing on the first pitch he sees. That one's going to fly up and be an easy snag there. Adjusting on it is the center fielder Bayless for the quick second out of the day.
Yeah, it looks like Wright made solid contact with it. Just got a little bit too much of that center top half of the ball, and just nice little line drive.
That was he managed to barrel that ball up pretty well, but just maybe a bit too much air under that one to try and get a bloop single. Brady Birchmeyer now up to the plate. He looks at ball number 1 as an off-speed tries to slide in, but is a bit low. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. The delivery right down Main Street for strike number 1 is Drew Young.
And Chaz, I do want to point out now, there is sun covering Stellar Field now.
You're right about that one, Coyle. Nice and bright. Hopefully the sun will shine on the Falcons as Birchmeyer looks this one low and in the dirt for ball number 2. Bowling Green wearing their orange jerseys with white pants. Ball State in the all red. Swing and bouncing is a grounder. That one fielded, and the throw will go. So that's Richter DiGiovanetti to ring up 1, 2, 3. All the Falcons on a strikeout, flyout, and groundout. We're going to head to the top of the second here at Stellar Field as the Ball State Cardinals lead 2-0 on Bowling Green. You are listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio.
Hi, I'm Lauren Hovey on the BGSU volleyball team, and these are my Falcon 4 off-day activities. My first one would be spend time with family and friends if they're in town, because I love them. My second one would be read my book, because it's relaxing. My third one would be go get coffee, because who doesn't love coffee? And my fourth one would be go get groceries so I can make food for the week.
Falcon Men's Golf heads to Purdue for the Boilermaker Intercollegiate on Saturday, April 19th and Sunday, April 20th. Check out Falcon Media Sports Network's recap of the event by Sean Connolly on bgfalconmedia.com.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil with Carter Withrow. And Bowling Green now trying to get back some normalcy after we saw a quick switch at pitcher with an apparent bang-up injury happening to Garrett Wright, maybe just a little bit shaken up with the wet dirt on the mound. And with that said, Landon Williman now out there for his first full inning. That means the day is done for Nick Good. Coyle, you want to run us through his book?
Yeah, Nick Good got 1 out, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, and 1 walk. A little bit premature of a departure, obviously, for Good.
Wishing the best for Nick Good as Landon Williman will face off against Ty Davis, the designated hitter for the Cardinals. Davis on the season sits at a .295 batting average. Takes a second ball low. Falcon fans not happy with that one as it looked like it just clipped the bottom corner. But as I was saying, .295 average, 28 games played, 22 starts as a junior. Ball number 3 in a row. Falcon fans not happy with Stephen Miller. This one will go as a strike, though. Tucking it inside and right at belt level for strike number 1. This one will be swung on foul. We've got a full count here at Stellar with no outs. Ty Davis will swing on that one. It looks like it might go fair, and no, it'll go to the left for a foul ball.
Williman, a fairly quick mover out there. He doesn't take too long and let the pitch clock run down at all.
This one by Williman. That will be a moonshot by Ty Davis. Going back for it is Horkey, and that ball will perch in the trees for a solo home run by Ty Davis, giving the Cardinals a 3-0 advantage on the Falcons with no outs yet in the inning.
Yeah, that was a monster, and he knew it as soon as it left the bat.
Ty Davis going to celebrate with his team. Landon Williman getting punched in the mouth a little bit there, left a fastball right above home plate, and Ty Davis wasted no time getting that one off his barrel. So next up, we will have in the 8th spot, Corbin Griffin, the senior with a .253 average. Saw some time as a pinch batter yesterday, and he will look at strike number 1 on the outside corner.
Yeah, he did go 0 for 2 yesterday after entering the game as a pinch hitter.
He's going to look that one inside for ball number 2. Starts behind in the count 0-2. Landon Williman doing a good job at this at bat, getting ahead of his batter. Swing and a miss for Corbin Griffin. That will send him packing 1, 2, 3. And that will record the first out of the inning for Landon Williman.
Masterclass in sequencing there. Just 3 quick, good pitches.
Center fielder, Gavin Bayless.
Gavin Bayless will round out our lineup for the Cardinals. Bayless, junior with a .331 batting average, 38 appearances, 36 starts, and he looks at strike number 1 as Williman seems to have located the zone. This delivery by Williman tries an off-speed that lifts a bit too high in the face of Bayless for ball number 1. All ones on the scoreboard, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That was a tough pitch there by Williman, way up high off the glove of Garrett Wright. Good thing there was nobody on the base paths. Williman right in there for a strike. Good framing as it seemed to dip a bit low, but Garrett Wright managed to get that one in. 2-2 count. Inside, and he will be rung up for the second straight strikeout in a row for Landon Williman.
Yeah, Jazz, that's his 3rd of the game and just over an inning and a third. Been, again, like I said earlier, just quick working, trying to keep the ball in the zone as best as possible.
We're back up to the top of the order with Alex Richter, who ground out in his first appearance here today. Yesterday, he did have a home run. He had a home run on the first pitch on Thursday. This one swung out, snagged by Gunnar Antillion, sliding for it and making the grab. That will be the 3rd out of the inning. And back-to-back bottom of the first and top of the second, we saw people go down 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that was a snag by Antillion. Off to his glove side, grab it, and nice little spin turn it there at the end.
So with that said, we will head to the bottom of the second right here at Stellar Field. You are listening to Falcon Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
BGSU softball second baseman Hannah Hunt has had a breakout season in 2025, carrying a 9-game hitting streak into the latter half of the season, where she has doubled her batting average from 195 in 2024 to 375 in 2025. Hunt is 10th in the MAC in batting average and 5th with 49 hits and 10 doubles in 131 at-bats, and she's only gone hitless in 8 of her 42 games started. The Pataskala native has had 11 multi-hit games, including 4 hits and 2 RBIs in a doubleheader sweep over the Western Michigan Broncos as part of their 3rd hit streak of 8 games or more this season. Hunt is one of 3 hitters on the Falcons hitting over 300 and one of 6 with an OPS over 700. This has been 60 Seconds in Falcon Athletics.
We have a bit of a development here, and let me know if you're surprised if you have listened to any of our other broadcasts of this game. The 8-hole hitter for Ball State will be swapped out. It felt like that happened, I believe, 5 times yesterday. Will be Clay Jacobs coming in for Corbin Griffin. Just a lot of experimentation happening in that lineup, in that 8 spot specifically. We saw Houston King start and then be replaced. We have Gavin Gannon leading off, and he will be battling against the righty Drew Young.
Yeah, we heard it in the press box when we were off the air that yet again they made a defensive change.
First pitch will be a ball. This one a bit low. Just missing the strike zone there for a 2-0 count on Gavin Gannon. Gannon got the Falcons' first grand slam of the day yesterday in a massive swing moment. This one will be high and inside for ball number 3. And starting way behind is Drew Young. Gavin Gannon will look at this one just a bit outside for 4 pitches and 4 balls to send Gavin Gannon to first base with no outs, bringing up Zach Horkey for the Falcons.
Gannon standing at 6 foot 2 inches. Think he'd have probably a little bit bigger zone than most of the guys on this Falcon team, yet doesn't really.
Well, mentioning a big zone, Coyle, Zach Horkey, junior catcher and outfielder, 6'4", 230 pounds. That is a big strike zone. That being said, Drew Young will miss it there, as that will be ball number 1. Gannon taking a very minimal lead. Horkey's going to look that one in for strike numero 1. Zach Horkey yesterday, 4 hits for 2 runs, 2 RBIs, and 1 strikeout. The throw from Young over to Giovannetti will try and get Gannon sleeping. He is wide awake. That throw not on time. Young taking his time. This one right down the middle for strike number 2. 1-2 count on Zach Horkey.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Gannon not with a huge lead over there. Looks like he did gain an extra step and a half after that last pickoff attempt.
Settling in, keeping an eye on Young. Young, 3 seconds on the pitch clock. The delivery swung on. That one's going to dribble. Double play opportunity. Throw to second. Throw to first. And he will be safe. So that ground ball gets Gavin Gannon out. But Zach Horkey manages to reach first base there. And that brings up Gunnar Antillion. And wow, what can you even say about this guy?
Like I said at the top of the hour, there's not a guy that's hotter in the Falcon lineup than Antillion.
Fielder's choice there will be scored as Zach Horkey sits on first base. And Gavin Gannon gets sent packing. First pitch by Young right in that breadbasket against Gunnar Antillion. Antillion back-to-back home runs against Youngstown State, or not Youngstown State, excuse me, Purdue-Fort Wayne. And on Thursday, as Young will try a pickoff attempt here. That one a closer one against Horkey, but not on time with the tag is Giovannetti.
Antillion, 11 for 16 this week between the 2 Ball State games and Purdue-Fort Wayne. Just trying to keep that nice hot streak of his going.
This pitch low and outside. Good job by Arnold keeping that ball in front of him as it leaked out towards his right side. Horkey thought about going, did not.
A nice little testament to the catchers here today as well as yesterday.
Another throw, pickoff attempt by Young, and Giovannetti will not get Horkey.
There's been a lot of the pitching woes for both teams, to say the least. A lot of balls in the dirt, balls high.
Not a lot of control we've seen in this series. As swung on is Antillion. That one will poke through and advance Horkey to second as Gunnar Antillion's bat remains red hot.
Yet another good piece of opposite field hitting. Just poke it through that right side of the infield, through that 4-hole, and just try to pass the stick. I've mentioned it before on the broadcast. Just pass the stick to the next guy. You know, that trust in the team that they're going to come up behind you.
And that will bring up Braden Curlis, a freshman. We've seen a lot of youth in this roster. Braden Curlis, a very welcome addition to the Falcons roster as well, being a pretty reliable starter. 267 batting average. He'll swing on that one, and he will ground that one in, rounding the bases. Horkey trying to beat the throw, and he will, and the Falcons are on the board for the first time today.
Horkey showing off a little bit of that speed coming around third base. Looked like the throw from left field had a chance, but nothing really ever panned out of it.
Clay Jacobs made that throw. In came Richter to try and cut it off, and it bounces past Richter, dribbles over to Arnold, and Bowling Green managed to strike gold here. 3-1 is the score with one out, runners on second and first. Now we have Carter Motice, who made his appearance just about 2 weeks ago now against Youngstown State. He's another true freshman, big swing and a miss.
Again, like I was reading last night when I was preparing for the game, Motice, Curlis, and then Carson Sova out of the pitching staff, those three freshmen have been really big with the amount of injuries, bang-ups we've had this year.
This one will be a dribbler, and the throw will not be in time. And Carter Motice continues this hit streak for the Falcons, as we've seen 3 straight hits with the bases loaded, and up comes Alex Laird.
That bunt for a base hit there from Motice worked out really well in his favor. Just poked it down and left the third baseman, who was already playing back, just not a really good chance to pick it up and throw it to first.
Now it's Alex Laird coming up to bat. Laird yesterday, not the strongest day above home plate. In 4 appearances, he had a walk and a hit for 1 run, and was left stranded twice. He will look at a ball low for ball number 1. This could be a massive opportunity for Laird to break out as well. Not having the biggest season so far, but with a grand slam opportunity on the board, Alex Laird definitely has the arm to slug a ball past the fence. This one thinks about it, does not go. Ball number 2 as that one dribbles low and outside.
Yeah, we saw earlier this week with Antillian, it takes one big hit, and then all of a sudden they just keep coming. There is a lot of movement down in that Ball State bullpen. Looks like they got at least one guy up and throwing.
This one will also be low. And now Drew Young with the opportunity to give up a base that he does not have to give. Could have a walk brought in here on a 3-0 count.
The Falcon faithful here at Stellar Field letting Young hear it.
And Young will locate the zone there on a very good fastball pitch. Bases loaded, 3-1's the count. One thing we have noticed about Drew Young, he is taking his time on the mound as we reach 5 seconds on the pitch clock, 4 by the release. That one fouled back. There was no netting. I think I would have caught that one in my teeth.
Yeah, that was right to us. Window open here, nice, 65 degrees.
Well, window's open for me. You've got the closed window right in front of you.
I would have been fine.
Yeah, I know. That's the scary part. You're my color. You're supposed to be protecting me here.
I'll just reach over and snag it for you.
There we go. This one swung on and over the head. That will dribble on the right side, and we will get 2 runs brought in. As runners now sit on the corners, Alex Laird with a heroic single there to score 2. We are all knotted up here at Stellar Field.
Yet again, just another great piece of hitting by the Falcon offense, and Alex Laird just trying to do what they can. Don't get too excited up there. Don't, try to go for the grand slam, something like that. Nice 2-run single past the stick. Got runners on the corners with 1 out for Tackett's, who's, again, big hot guy here in the leadoff spot.
You're right about that. We will have a conversation at the mound, and there will be a pitching change. We will get that number and their stats in just a second. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
Don't have time to tune into a BGSU sports broadcast? Falcon Media Sports Network will have you covered with live updates of home BGSU athletic events. To follow along, head over to @BG_FMSN on Twitter X.
My name is Jamal Johnson, number 6, running back in the senior, and here are my Falcon 4 favorite candies. First we have Skittles, Sour Patch Kids, Reese's Pieces, and Hershey Kisses. And these are my favorite because when you're at Halloween and you dump out that bag, these are the best Halloween candies to pull out. So those are my favorites.
Back here at Stellar Field, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow. Drew Young has been sent to the dugout, and we have a new pitcher on the mound. You want to run us through it?
Connor Hutchinson comes in at 2-2 on the year, 7.67 ERA. Doesn't look, gives up 16 walks in 27 innings. Guy that might not have the greatest of control out of the Ball State bullpen. Looks like he has 4 wild pitches this year, which again, that's more than you want to see out of that first line of defense out of the bullpen.
Bowling Green's bats remain burning hot. TJ Tackett's coming up for the Orange and Brown. He struck out in his last at-bat, looking to land on first base, whether it be a hit or a walk. Runners remain on the corners for the Orange and Brown. First pitch by Hutchinson will be right there for strike number 1. TJ Tackett thought about going, did not end up circling the base, but it does not matter. Strike 1 on the board.
I just want to point this out here. The Cardinal right fielder, Blake Beavis, is playing about 3 steps in front of the warning track.
And this one will just be bounced foul on the left side.
Like I said, Beavis not playing too far in front of that fence, maybe 10, 15 feet. Knows Tackett's is a guy that has a little bit of power and can drive that ball poolside.
Hutchinson looking over to Giovanetti, will not make the throw, and tried a bit of an off speed there and just got it way up high.
The Falcon faithful again letting Hutchinson hear it from the stands.
This one will be dribbled off home plate, so we'll do it again at a 1-2 count. As Hutchinson starting to battle a bit here with TJ Tackett's, just trying to see. I mean, you can see Tackett's trying to survive here. Runners on the corners, big swing moment, opportunity to take the lead.
I would say it's a high-intensity game of chicken. Who blinks first?
And we will see a blink there by TJ Tackett as he is struck out swinging to bring up Garrett Wright, who was another quick out in his last appearance. He flew out.
Yeah, right. Last AB, just first pitch, line went into center field. Nothing really going there.
This would be massive for Hutchinson if he can get this strikeout here with Falcons threatening on both corner. First pitch by Hutchinson right down the middle in front of Garrett Wright for strike number 1.
Coming into the weekend, looking at both the Ball State pitching staff as well as the Falcon pitching staff, didn't think it would be a high-scoring affair. Yet it's exactly what it's turned out to be.
That will be dribbled in and will score a run by Garrett Wright as he gets an RBI single that advances a runner to home and 1 to second as runners are on second and first, bringing up big old Brady Birchmeyer. The 6'4" frame of Birchmeyer is not one to take lightly. Sorry, 6'3", but you look at him, he's 6'4", 242 pounds, a absolute slugger.
I just want to say, too, that does extend Garrett Wright's on-base streak to 26 games.
First pitch by Hutchinson swung on. That one will be bounced and dribbled, and just a quick tag there as Richter runs into a base runner there to get the final out of the inning. We're going to head to the top of the third here. You are listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio.
On November 30th, 2024, BGSU women's basketball defeated Arkansas 79-78. The win over the SEC opponent was arguably the biggest of the Fred Shamil era in Bowling Green. Falcon Media Sports Network's Caden Knapp had the call on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Tightly guarded by Velasco. 5 seconds on the clock. Passing out. There's a three from the far side wing. No good. It's no good. Laura Gerke gets the rebound, and the BGSU Falcons have defeated the Arkansas Razorbacks, coming back from 14 down to win 79-78. A huge team win.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Back here at Stellar Field, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow, and Bowling Green managed to take the lead in the last inning, scoring 4 runs to take a 4-3 lead against the Ball State Cardinals. We will get the usual suspects out there in this top of the third. No defensive changes for the Falcons, besides Landon Williman, who is out there for his second straight inning.
Yep, well, and again, just looking to build on that second inning.
He will have a bit of a mountain to climb, however, as he faces off against Dylan Grego, the shortstop junior with a .378 batting average. He got a hit for a double in his last at-bat. Dylan Grego in 2 games has the home run cycle. I'm going to keep saying it because I am shocked with how good this guy is. First pitch is a strike on the off speed.
Does look like that wind out there is changed direction just a little bit.
It's coming towards us now, away from blowing into the wind, so the ball would actually go backwards.
Very stark contrast to yesterday.
And this one will be swung on, bounced, throw by Braden Curlis to Brady Birchmeyer. Great snag there by the freshman to the sophomore of Birchmeyer. Out number 1.
Curlis showing off that backhanded range yet again. Since Halleck put him in the lineup earlier this year, he's been nothing short of very impressive.
You know, Coyle, I got to say, after yesterday's nearly 4.5-hour game, I forgot how long a normal baseball game should go.
Yeah.
Not even at the hour mark yet, as we're 2 1/3 innings through this game. This one will be popped up high by Hasovsky, going back for it is Tackett. Looks like he will just make the grab at the wall. Nearly got it over the fence there was Hasovsky, but a fly out for Hasovsky will bring up Garrett Arnold, who had the single in his last AB.
Dare I say that if the wind was blowing at all out, there's a chance that that could have left the yard.
I think you're right, Coyle. I think that ball is gone if even one person is blowing the wind at all. It goes over. That was very close by TJ Tackett, but great snag. First pitch by Williman breaks its way inside for strike number 1.
The Falcon outfield's playing, again, not very far off that wall.
That ball will be popped up by Arnold. Settling under it is Curtis. He can't locate it. It will drop in, as we had a bit of a miscommunication there between Horky, Curtis, and Tackett. And that will bring Arnold to first base.
Just like I was saying a couple seconds ago, the Falcon outfield's playing, dangerously close to that fence, and that kind of proved to be the decider there. Curtis had to go over that back shoulder and just try to run it down and make a play on it. And Tackett really wasn't all that too close to it because he had to start from, 10 foot in front of the warning track.
Wasn't a high popped-up ball either from Arnold. Giovanetti, who had a ground out for an RBI in his last at-bat, looks at this one just a bit high. Runner on first. that will also be scored as just a single to center field for Garrett Arnold, so no error will be accredited there. This pitch by Williman will be a strike for a 1-1 count with 2 outs. Bowling Green would love to get out of this inning scoreless. Williman taking his time. The delivery. That one will be popped up high again. Adjusting over is TJ Tackett. We got another trio here. 4 actually. TJ Tackett with the grab. And that will be out number 3. Ball State unable to score. Top of the 3rd. That sends the Falcon offense right back out with just 4 batters faced. You are listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio.
On October 26, 2024, BGSU cornerback Jordan Oladokin snagged 2 interceptions, including a pick 6, in BG's 41-26 win over rival Toledo. Falcon Media Sports Network's Reese Patricus was on the call on Falcon Radio.
Minute 13 left to go. Ball picked off. Jordan Oladokin. He's got Green in front of him. Jordan Oladokin. 10, 5, touchdown Bowling Green. Ball game. 41-26, Bowling Green wins this year's edition of the Battle of I-75 up here in the Glass Bowl.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Back here at Stellar Field, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Wilf. Wow.
I don't think you got a single part of that
I
correct.
did not. I got your entire name wrong. Coyle Withrow. That was a bad flub on my part, but we are back here at Stellar Field. Bowling Green maintain a 4-3 lead, looking to build on it as we have up to bat for the Falcons, Gavin Gannon. He walked in his last at bat, but this is a guy we mentioned. He's a very big boomer bust, either strikeout or home run. It feels like there's no in between, but when he is on, and yesterday was one of those days for Gannon.
Yeah, and I think looking last night, I believe he is second in the MAC in overall strikeouts on the year. I mean,
he was first, cut down on that just a little bit. This will be his first time facing off against Hutchinson so far today. First pitch inside on Gavin Gannon, so that would be ball number 1. Falcons also out hitting the Cardinals 5-4. And you know, Coyle, I'm a big fan of the Bird matchups. I love when the Bird teams get to go at it a little bit.
yeah, it's especially the Saturday all Reds for Ball State. It allows a lot of cool opportunities, to say the least.
I can agree with that. I think the red of the Cardinals, as we will get ball number 3, as Hutchinson's struggling to find the zone a little bit. This delivery will be a strike. Hutchinson starting to adjust a little bit to Gannon. Gannon, you got to like the patience. You see from him a lot. He knows he's a heavy hitter. BGSU head coach Kyle Halleck even said, strongest guy on the team, but he's got to know when to take his swings and when not to, and right there decided not to. Good call on an outside ball that will send Gavin Gannon to first. Zach Horkey up in his last appearance. He had a fielder's choice, managed to reach first base, trying to get a little bit more here.
Yeah, again, like you were saying, it shows off more of Gannon's patience up there. Earlier in the year, he might have probably swung at that 4th ball. Now it's, working the count, finding a way to get on base.
First pitch will be in as a strike on that low outside corner. Here, that will be swung on by Horkey. He pokes it in between third base and short, and that will be a hit single for Zach Horkey, getting himself a bit of revenge after that fielder's choice. So now Gunnar Antillion is up. And I've talked about this with Tyler a lot. I love this walk-up song. It's Who Can It Be Now by Men at Work.
I said over the Miami broadcast, best walk-up song on the team.
I agree. And
Tyler did raise Birchmeyer's God's Gonna Cut You Down.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I still think this has it.
Tackett's has a good one, too. I like the more lighter songs, not the most serious. As we'll get a very quick swing there by Gunnar Antillion, poking it through. Going down the left field line, trying to get home is Horky, and he will score. Gunnan, excuse me, not Horky. Horky sits safely on second base. Gunnar Antillion with a RBI single. Score is 5-3 Bowling Green.
Yet again, Gunnar Antillion, hottest guy in the Bowling Green lineup. Brings him to 13 for 18 this week. He's making a strong case for MAC Player of the Week.
100% right about that. If not the actual MAC, Bowling Green, several Bowling Green shows, including The Swoop, which you can watch on bgfalconmedia.com or on BG Falcon Media's YouTube channel every Tuesday at 6 p.m. First pitch by Hutchinson to Curlis is going to be a strike in the breadbasket. Curlis had a single hit for an RBI just an inning ago. Swing and a miss there by Braden Curlis, setting the count at 0-2, and Hutchinson has built himself a nice lead in this at-bat.
Still 2 on, nobody out. There is a lot of grass out there between the left and center fielder.
This one will be swung on, fouled back. You're lucky there was a window and a netting there, Coyle, because that one was coming straight for you.
Yeah, that was directly at my noggin.
We'll do it again, 0-2 count. Hutchinson looks back, delivers a high ball. Great snag there by Garrett Arnold to not let a free pass happen.
It does look like Hutchinson's trying to stay in that upper third above the zone after Curlis did swing at the one that looked to be above the letters.
And that ball is low and outside on an off speed. Curlis really did think about running towards that one, but he pulled back last second to bring us to 2-2. So now we see Braden Curlis starting to build himself back up a little bit. Swinging, popping that one high and deep, and adjusting under that is Bayless making the snag. That will continue to move the base runners, and we have Horky advancing to third base as Gunnar Antillion will stay put at first.
Probably not what Curlis wanted there, but still finding a way to get Horky over to third with one out, trying to keep the pressure on Hutchinson and the Ball State defense.
So now we have Carter Motice back up to bat. He had a single in his last at-bat. Motice may be one of the best kept secrets on Bowling Green's roster. We saw him make an appearance against Youngstown. Since then has started every game. This pitch inside towards the knees of Motice. He gets out of the way for ball one. We've seen a couple new additions. DJ Newman not in the lineup currently. Sam Seidel as well. So we've seen Laird and Motice specifically. Ball on the outside. And one thing I think we got to focus on for this Bowling Green team, they're very young, but their decision-making is great. As we will get a pitching change here, as Ball State's dugout will come out to congratulate Hutchinson. We will be right back with the new pitcher and their stats. You're listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio.
On November 15th, 2024, BGSU Hockey defeated St. Thomas in a shootout, courtesy of a game winner by defenseman Jack Blake. Falcon Media Sports Network's voice of Falcon Hockey, Ben Korak, had the call of the moment on WBGU 88.1 FM.
And Jack Blake, for all the glory, trying to put this one away. With the puck, taking it around, far side wheel, working in with the shot, and he fills it! Jack Blake with the shootout winner! First time in the lineup this season, and Jack Blake is the hero as Bowling Green mobs him.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm going to get your name right this time. Coyle Withrow with Chaz McNeil. There we go. And we are back with a pitching change. Bowling Green just with 1 outs. They have already scored this inning, as we have not closed the book yet on Hutchinson, but we will in just a second. Before we do, who's this new pitcher, Coyle?
Alex Burden comes in with 1-1 at a 6.48 ERA. Is thrown 16 2/3 innings with 14 walks. Like I said off air, that's just under a walk per inning. Doesn't seem like he's a very commandable guy. Now, he does have 16 strikeouts. Again, looks like it's either a strikeout or a walk from Burden. It's not really too much what Ball State's hoping for out of him.
It'll be up to the patience of the Bowling Green batters to try and figure out Burden. 2-0 count. We saw another mid-at-bat pitching change. Don't always see that very often. Swinging and fouling behind his head is Mo Tice.
Mo Tice really wanted to make a statement on his first pitch of the game.
Trying to rattle Burden, the senior. Burden sends that one outside and low for ball number 3.
It's not a great situation for Burden here. Coming in, 2-0 count, runners on the corners, 1 out.
It is a bit of a head scratcher, as that ball is high and inside, and we will get a walk that loads the bases, sending up Alex Laird, who played a little bit of hero ball in his last at-bat, 2 RBI single.
Bases are still loaded.
Second time today that Laird has faced a loaded bases situation. As we have a first pitch strike here. And Laird will swing at that second one, so he will sit at 0-2.
Does look like Ball State's infield, is trying to go for that double play. Infield's still back.
He's going to foul that one.
Sharp foul ball over toward the netting on the right side.
So settling in is Laird, trying to get a feel on that. He's going to take a ball low there for ball number 1.
The Ball State side of Stellar Field didn't seem to like that call.
And we will get a just popped up ball, and a overthrow brings home a base runner. That is Zach Horkey. So a sac fly for Alex Laird. Bringing back TJ Tackett, who struck out back-to-back times.
Chaz, I do want to point out that Ball State bullpen is 2 arms up. Looks like a lefty and a righty. Wondering if there's a little bit of a short leash here.
Could be that you already mentioned it. He is a guy that does give up a couple of walks. He's a heavy walk player. And then we will get a hard, high hit ball by TJ Tackett's. Settling under it is Bayless, and he will make the grab for the out. That sends us to the top of the 4th. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
BGSU Baseball senior pitcher Connor Penrod notched his 9th save this season against Western Michigan on Saturday, April 12th. The save puts Penrod as the program leader in single-season saves with 9. That save also puts the Falcon pitching staff at 13 so far this season, which also happens to be the single-season team record. Penrod has been having a breakout season in 2025, eclipsing the combined number of saves in his first 3 years by 8. So far this season, Penrod has pitched 19 1/3 innings with a 0.93 earned run average, allowing 14 hits, 3 runs, 8 walks, and 27 strikeouts. This has been 60 Seconds in Falcon Athletic.
Top of the 4th inning here as the Falcons maintain a 6-3 lead on the Ball State Cardinals with Landon Willman remaining on the mound. They went pretty quick in the last at-bat, going ground out, fly out, hit, fly out, trying to keep that longevity of Willman after having to make the quick switch from Nick Good to Landon Willman due to an apparent something on the mound. Now, if you've listened to a couple of these broadcasts, you know that the trivia question is usually floated around a couple times, usually during the 3rd inning. And quite frankly, I like the 4th inning better. I think this would be a better filler time. Tyler, you can yell at me all you want. We're going to reveal it in the 6th with history in the 5th. So I'm going to pose this question very quickly. It's an MLB trivia fact. As first pitch by Landon Willman will go in as a ball just a bit high, going up against Blake Bevis. So, Coyle, which BGSU mascot as this ball is flied high and deep? Going back for it is Horky, and that ball will go over the scoreboard for a solo home run from Blake Bevis to get the action going here.
I do believe that is a little bit of karma for not doing trivia in the 3rd inning.
Maybe.
Mr. Tyler wouldn't be too happy.
It's a pastime to make Tyler mad. That's just how it is. So, here's the trivia. Which MLB mascot is known simply as the Bird? Your options are the Blue Jays, the Orioles, the Cardinals, or the Bowling Green State University Falcons. And those are your options. What are your initial thoughts on this one?
Orioles.
That's a good guess. I like that guess. Do you have any reasoning behind it?
No, it sounds right.
Well, we'll get that answer to you at the top of the 5th. Before that, Kidnap, do you have any opinions on this one? Our board operator, Kidnap, does not have anything to say about this one, as this will be swung on by Davis. He had a home run in his last at-bat, but this one, no, that will go into the glove of TJ Tackett's for the first out of the day.
And again, it just kind of shows the almost wind tunnel this Stellar Field has, as well as the rest of BG's campus. It all funnels one way.
The left fielder, Clay Jacobs.
Clay Jacobs in for his first at-bat of the day. It was Griffin in the last at-bat. Jacobs coming in. Jacobs did see some time yesterday as he watches in a ball for A 1-0 count. Jacobs had 1 RBI yesterday. No hits or runs. He was a pinch runner for a 2-0 count early. This one inside again. Landon Williman building himself a bit of a deficit as the count sits at 3-0 with 1 out, nobody on.
Does look like the wind is picking up yet again.
And that will be 4 straight balls for Jacobs. The first walk in a while for Landon Williman.
Yeah, it was looking like Williman had it a little bit more under control, but just couldn't find the zone there with Jacobs.
Now we've got Gavin Bayless, the junior center fielder with a 3.31 ERA, and we will have a conversation at the mound. And Coach Halleck trotting out there as well. You'd have to guess either this is going to be a long conversation or a pitching change.
Does look like it is a tough conversation out there with Williman. You know, you're up by 2, trying to keep the lead that you have and give the offense a chance to expand on it in the bottom half.
Not seeing any immediate movement as home plate umpire Stephen Miller comes up to break up the conversation on the mound. And there will be no change, so we're going to keep Williman on the mound, probably just to try and settle him down. 4 straight balls, not the most ideal thing in the world. Game very much far from over as we're in the top of the 4th here. 6-4 lead for the Orange and Brown. We'll see what that conversation held true as we'll get a pickoff attempt against Davis, or against Jacobs there. The throw to Brady Birchmeyer, not quite on time. Diving attempt by Davis. He is safe. Another straight pickoff attempt. A bit closer on that one. This pitch by Williman just a bit high in the zone for ball 1.
And Chaz, it does look like it is sophomore right-hander Owen Poole up in the Falcon bullpen.
Williman's delivery here, framed by right, but a bit outside for ball 2.
Yeah, I thought that one looked pretty good from up here, but
Garrett Wright, great at framing, but right there just unable to get past. His bunt will be shown by Ball State on a strike inside. The bunt was pulled back, but the strike still goes.
I know I've talked to Tyler about this a lot off air. There's a chance that Garrett Wright is the best defensive catcher in the MAC. I don't think that's a pretty crazy statement.
His ability to make the throw to second base is one of his strong suits, alongside the fact that he is great at framing. This ball dribbled up, double play opportunity, throw by Lair to first. He drops the ball, and that is a tough opportunity there. Braden Curlis unable to hold on to it.
Yeah, it does look like it just kind of shot out of Curlis's glove there at second base. Now, I will say that it would have been a hard throw to get it over to Birchmeyer at first. Jacobs did slide in pretty hard, threw the hands up.
Bayless reaches on a fielder's choice. So that's 2 fielder's choices. 1 by each team we've seen today. And we're back up to the top of the order with Alex Richter. Has not done much today. Ground out and fly out.
And it does say that Jacobs did reach second on an error by Curlis rather than just the standard fielder's choice.
This ball will be flied high and deep. Going back for it is Tackett. Tackett He does not have enough room. He makes a tough collision, but he gets up pretty quickly. That is a 3-run home run for Ball State to retake the lead 7-6 off of the deep shot by Alex Richter.
That was about as dead center gets here at Stellar Field. That was, I mean, right over that 400 sign.
That was a deep shot by Alex Richter. And we will get a pitching change, so we will have all of his information in just a second. You are listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio.
On November 16th, 2024, BGSU Volleyball defeated Ohio in 5 sets, clinching their 7th regular season championship under head coach Daniela Tomic. Falcon Media Sports Network's Chaz McNeil had the call on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Picked up on the attack, Archinska off the block, saved by LaPinta. Over is on the attack is Hovey. The Falcons have done it. Bowling Green will host the MAC Tournament regular season championship returns to the orange and brown.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
The pitching change has been made for Bowling Green. Walk us through this guy.
In comes Owen Poole, the sophomore right-hander from Newark High School in Newark, Ohio. Yet again, a guy that Coach Halleck's been leaning on a little bit more. Comes in with a 5.9 ERA, 3-3 with 2 saves.
From Newark, Ohio, number 22, Owen.
Thrown 21 and a third innings. Given up only 9 walks, which again, that's one of the lower numbers on this Falcon pitching staff, especially seeing that he's thrown over 20 innings.
So we will get a warm-up here, and I believe that does technically end the day for Landon Williman, who he came in kind of a tough scenario for Nick Good, who only had 1 out at the time. He had 50 pitches, 3 total innings pitched, 4 hits for 5 runs, 4 earned runs, and a walk with 3 strikeouts. But he did let up that big home run to end his outing. First pitch by Poole is high and outside for ball number 1. Poole with a 2-0 count. And he just paints that one far outside. Good thing by Wright. He was able to get a glove on that as he is going to work against Dylan Grego, who you do not want to have a tough day against. Grego shows bunt, pulls away, strike 1.
Yeah, and it does look like Poole's again coming out hot, just like Williman did. Not really trying to pitch around him.
This is not a player you really want to leave one over the plate. But there does Poole for strike number 2. We're back at a full count, so great job battling by Owen Poole from a 3-0 count to 3-2. Trying to get the strikeout here. This ball, swing and a miss by Dylan Grego. That sends him packing for the second time today. And that brings up Hasovsky.
Yet again, the slug fest is out on display again. Not something that you really expected coming into the weekend with how good the pitching staffs for both teams are. Poole with a nice slider, just trying to keep it out of the middle of the plate.
This ball fouled behind him. 0-2 count starting here for Hasovsky. This pitch way wild. Great job by Garrett Wright to save that one, as it was about 7 feet away from Garrett Wright, low.
Bounced and just kind of picked it off a knee.
And this pitch low and in the dirt by Poole, struggling a bit with control in these past 2 pitches. Just needs to locate one more strike to end the outing for Ball State in the top of the 4th. This pitch swung on, high, foul, back. Is it reachable? And it will drop far outside of the play area, unable to be gotten for a 2-2 count. Swing and a miss on the delivery for the out. Dylan Hasovsky goes packing, which sends us to the bottom of the 4th inning here. Ball State retook the lead 7-6 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
Freshman pitcher Morgan Beckham threw 7 2/3 scoreless innings en route to a series win for BGSU softball over Western Michigan, earning herself this week's Falcon Media Sports Network Athlete of the Week. Beckham started Game 2 of the series against the Broncos, throwing 5 scoreless innings that earned her a complete game thanks to an 8-0 Mercy Rule victory in Game 1 on Saturday. The Middlesburg, Florida native went on to throw 2 more scoreless innings in relief in Game 3 of the series, earning herself this week's MAC Pitcher of the Week award as well. This has been Falcon Media Sports Network's Athlete of the Week.
Back here at Stellar Field, Bowling Green State University looking to get some scoring up and running as we have Garrett Wright up to bat for the Falcons, and pitching for Ball State is the same face we had last time. That is Alex Burden, who pitched 2/3 of an inning with 12 total pitches and a walk. We thought there might be a bit of a pitching change, but no, he's going to stay out there.
No, and it's going to be Rich Maloney, head coach for Ball State, is going to look for him to eat more outs, just trying to not to have to run through the rest of that Ball State bullpen, just in case we get another 4.5-hour marathon like we did yesterday.
At an hour and a half exactly, here's the first pitch will go as a ball. This delivery high and towards the face of Garrett right there.
There's still 2 arms up in the Ball State bullpen.
This one by Garrett Wright will poke through, unable to get it as Hasovsky, and Garrett Wright will settle in on first base, bringing up Brady Birchmeyer to try and bring him home.
Yeah, again, just another really good piece of opposite field hitting by Garrett Wright. It's something that we've seen all year. He just finds a way to hit the ball to the opposite field. And it's nice to know a guy like Birchmeyer behind him.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch by Brady Birchmeyer.
Does look like that one was a little bit too far out of reach for Birchmeyer, but still gave it a go.
Burden looking over. He delivers that one high, and Garrett Wright will advance over to second. Takes a bit of a lead, rounded, but he will return home to second base. 1-1 count for Brady Birchmeyer.
Looks like that was a wild pitch. Again, just solid, 9 foot high?
Just a bit.
No, I mean, unless you have Shaq back there, it's probably going to the backstop.
I'd like to see Shaq play catcher. I think that would be a fun thing to see, as the pitch by Burden is low and in the dirt.
I don't think they have catcher's gear
Big
for
enough.
a guy that's that tall.
Burden tries to sneak one inside for ball 3. Birchmeyer with the opportunity to get the free pass over to first base with one more ball.
And if I'm Birchmeyer right here, I'm looking for middle, something I can put off that batter's eye.
Just like that, that ball nearly smokes Garrett Wright, but that will be a hit single for an RBI. That was put on a rope by Brady Birchmeyer right into the mitt. It bounces up into the mitt of Bayless. So still no outs and a run. We are knotted up here at 7, Coyle.
Again, I wish we had some of the advanced analytics that other schools have, where I would like to know that exit velocity off the bat of Birchmeyer there. Because it was hit probably the hardest hit ball we've seen all day. It was just on a line.
This pitch to Gavin Gannon is another wild pitch. Fastball that gets past Garrett Arnold. And now we will see head coach for Ball State walk out. Ball State's bullpen not moving yet. Might just be a conversation. There are arms warming up in the bullpen. The dugout not moving.
I don't believe they'll make the change just quite yet. But with the runner on second, nobody out, tie ball game here in the bottom of the 4th inning. I'm not sure how much leash that Maloney is going to give here.
And they will disperse. So Burden will remain on the mound here.
Chaz, I just overheard somebody else in the press box talking. The guy on the left mound down there, the lefty, is listed at 7 foot tall.
Unreal. That person being Will Jacobson. One pitch goes as a strike for Gavin Gannon. This ball, he swings on it, fouls it. That nearly rocked a Ball State player in the dugout. Hit the concrete roof.
That's about a 6-inch tall piece of concrete. That could have been a really, really bad situation here, but luckily it just hit the concrete and bounced over to first base.
This pitch inside, and he will be rung up for the first out of the day, first strikeout of the inning.
Doesn't look like Gannon is too pleased with that. And quite frankly, it looked like it was a little bit high and in, but
The right fielder, Zach Perky.
And Zach Horkey going to foul that one high and right. And in his past 2 appearances, Zach Horkey had a fielder's choice and a single. This pitch, that will be put on a rope, blooping near the warning track. Bases are rounded. In comes Brady Birchmeyer. That will be a double for an RBI for Zach Horkey. Back-to-back hits.
Yet again, that ball was put on a rope out to the Falcon logo in left center field. Thing two hop the wall and still, no offense, that ball would have kept rolling.
That's a good thing. Sports like this have fences.
The shortstop, Gunner
Because you're right. If not, that ball might have made it to Toledo. At the speed it was hit. Now we've got Gunnar Antillion back-to-back hits for him today. And that ball will be popped up high and back. Making the grab is Bevis. However you want to say it, that will be the second out of the day. But that does advance Horky to third base.
Yeah, again, another good piece of base running by the Falcons, and Horky just taking that opportunity, deep fly ball, just an advance 90 foot, get a runner on third with 2 outs.
The second baseman,
A little bit more manageable than a runner on second with 2 outs.
Then we'll get a swing here by Braden Curlis. He had a single in his first at-bat. His second one, he flew out. Looking to bring Zach Horky home. Bowling Green do now have the lead 8-7 here, bottom of the fourth. This pitch by Burden high and touch inside for ball number 1. So 1-1 count. First strike was a foul ball. Curlis thought about going, checked it, and that was the right decision as that ball was too high.
Chaz, I would like to know the record for the most amount of runs scored in a weekend series here at BG, because I don't know how much it is, but it's...
That would be an interesting statistic to pull. I don't even know how you'd go at that.
Because we're 15 runs total here through, not even through the bottom of the fourth inning.
This pitch, swing and a miss by Braden Curlis. That is strike number 2. That brings his count to full with Zach Horky on third. Braden Curlis with his first home run of the season yesterday. He's got power. Looks at that one high, and he will get to first base. Runners on the corners for Carter Motice.
Yet again, it's another one of the freshman reinforcements that Alex had.
And now we will get a pitching change here at Ball State. We will get those stats and numbers of the new pitcher. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Phil Beskid, BGSU Radio Faculty Advisor. You can catch all the Falcon Media Sports Network broadcasts on our 2 stations, WBGU 88.1 FM and Falcon Radio, which can both be found on bgfalconmedia.com. Ziggy.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow. We've got a 7-footer on the mound. Walk us through this.
It is graduate pitcher Will Jacobson comes in with an 8.59 ERA, 1-0 on the year. He has appeared in 6 games, started 1 of them. He's only thrown 7 1/3 all year, 7 runs, all earned. 8 walks and 10 strikeouts in those 7 innings. Now, mind you, like you said, he is officially listed at 7 foot tall, 258 pounds, from Elk Grove, California. Gotta imagine there's some form of advantage for being that tall, having such long arms. The release point for a guy like Jacobson is going to be significantly closer to the plate than somebody that is, average height, 5'7", 5'8".
Up to bat is Carter Motais. Didn't get to swing at anything from Burden, so this will be another. I believe this is his 3rd pitcher he will be facing.
Yes, that is correct.
First pitch by Jacobson, right down the middle. That one bouncing right into the glove. The throw on the run, not in time. That will be an RBI single for Carter Motais. Back to back, 3 straight first base appearances for Motais.
Yet again, it just shows the depth that the Falcons have. Motais just kind of poking that ball to the backhand of the shortstop, and Grego forced him to make a tough throw and just beat it out. Motais is a guy that can move.
Now we have Alex Laird back up. He's got a single for 2 RBIs and an RBI sac fly, so he's on an RBI streak, looking to keep that up with, I thought the bases were loaded again for a second. That was just the 3rd base coach for Bowling Green. But runners do stay on 2nd and 1st. It's an 0-1 count with the first strike being a foul ball. This pitch is outside just a bit and a touch low for ball number 1.
It does look like Jacobson is trying to keep Laird from getting anything too good, especially since he is followed by Tackett, who is 0 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts.
This pitch not able to hit the top outside corner of the zone for ball 2.
You do have, like I was saying, you do have a little bit of wiggle room with Tackett's coming up. Not having the greatest days he's had all year, but still a guy that can do damage.
2-1 count as we will get Jacobson taking a breather here. Falcon dugout is screaming right now, building up a lot of momentum here for Laird, who's had himself a day. The delivery by Jacobson, swing and a miss by Alex Laird for a 2-all count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Yet again, it just does look like he's not trying to give him anything too good.
Pitch by Jacobson. Bit off the mark for a 3-2 count. That looked like a strike from our angle, but.
So I do believe it did, in fact, bounce just past home plate.
Oh,
it was
okay.
blocked by the umpire. Now it is, like I said, 3-2 count. Runners are off on the pitch.
The payoff, that will be Alex Laird setting that one in, blooping it, and he will add at least 1 more RBI to his total. That is a RBI double by Alex Laird. Have yourself a day.
Motais does make it all the way to 3rd on the double by Laird. Curlis comes around to score there.
And we have officially batted through the order for Bowling Green. 1 more will have batted around. TJ Tackett is up. Strikeout, strikeout, fly out. Runners in scoring position at 2nd and 3rd.
I have run into the issue where Tackett gets on. I will have to move to another column in the scorebook, but that's a good problem to have if you're on the Bowling Green State University side.
First pitch will be swung on and foul tipped into home plate for strike number 1. This pitch way outside and low for ball number 2.
Something interesting here. Giovanetti is playing, say, a step off that first base line. Playing pretty poolside for Tackets here.
This one will be low again for ball 2. This pitch swing and a miss by TJ Tackett brings the count to 2-2.
Doesn't look like he really, truly wanted to swing at that, but started and couldn't get the wrists to stop. You know, like you said about 15 times today, it is all 2s on the scoreboard.
All 2s. Check swing, and he will be rung up for the final out of the inning. That brings us to the top of the 5th. TJ Tackett strikes out looking. We are going to be right back on BG Falcon Radio. We've got BGSU Baseball Falcons lead 10-7. Don't go anywhere.
Ever wanted to hear what a BGSU coach or player says after a game? Head over to the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel to watch post-game press conferences for all BGSU home volleyball, soccer, football, hockey, and basketball games.
BGSU graduate Jason Jackson from the Miami Heat here. Make sure to tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m. on WBGU 88.1 FM, home of the Falcon Media Sports Network.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow. Bowling Green hold a 10-7 advantage on the Ball State Cardinals here at the top of the 5th inning. Coyle, what has stood out to you so far in both of these teams' performances?
I would say the scrappiness of both offenses. It doesn't look like either team's really gotten too much momentum, where if you look at the scoreboard, Ball State immediately got off to a 2-0 lead, and then the Falcons went down in order. Another run for Ball State in the second, 4 in the bottom for BG. It's just been back and forth. Both teams have been able to just find open spots of grass and just pass the stick back and forth.
Understandable. And both teams have been doing a pretty solid job so far. As up is Garrett Arnold will be up to bat for the Cardinals. Arnold had a single, back-to-back singles, actually, so far today. And this pitch was just a bit away from the zone for a 1-1 count.
I just would like to point out.
And we'll get a swing, high ball popped high. And that ball will go foul. Going after it was Motice, unable to reach it in time.
I would just like to point out the wind here has shifted back toward blowing out that right field fence like it was yesterday.
This pitch low and striking out is Arnold, swing and a miss.
Matice's hat did fly off when he was trying to chase down that foul ball.
Giovanetti, first base.
Next up is Giovanetti for Ball State. This first pitch by Poole swung on, fouled. Several Falcon fans in support of their team ducking away from that one. trying to avoid getting hit from the net, apparently. This pitch right down Broadway for strike number 2.
This might be the best that Poole's curveball and slider have looked in the last couple his last couple appearances. It is.
This pitch curving in, and I don't know where that missed the zone, but it did. Ball number 1. So 1-2 count with 1 out for Giovannetti. He's got a ground out RBI, a fly out, that ball curling in and going low for ball 2. Giovannetti taking his time, not swinging at things that are just out of his reach. 2-2's the count. And nearly striking the batter there is Owen Poole. That one went a bit wild for a 3-2 count.
Does look like Poole reared back there and just tried to give one everything he had. Just got away from him a little bit.
And a foul tip near swing and a miss, but great job staying alive is Giovannetti. Three-two count. Poole, payoff, pitch, popped. That ball goes over to TJ Tackett. That is going to be a single for Giovannetti, and he did a great job of just hanging in there against Poole.
Yeah, fighting back against 2 strikes, fouled a ball off there. And again, like I mentioned at the top of this inning, both offenses have been fairly scrappy. There's not a lot of huge hits today outside of the 3 home runs by Richter, Beavis, and Ty Davis on the Cardinal side. A lot of situational hitting, if you will.
If you might. Just some situational hitting. As it is reaching 5 o'clock, Ram was slated to come in at 4. Holding off just a little bit. Owen Poole battling now against Bevis. That one will go fair down the left line and trying to make his way home. He'll stay at third. That is Giovannetti. Bit of a debatable call there, but the umpires ruling it.
I do believe that ball did just barely leak over that third base bag into left field.
No instant replay here at Stellar. And Coach Kyle Hallett coming out to have a word. We might get a look taken at this somehow. And there will not be further conversations. So with 1 out, runners on third and second in scoring position, we have Ty Davis up to bat. He has a home run already today. This would be a massive play for him. Looks the ball inside towards the knees for ball number 1.
Ball State chasing 3 here with Davis representing the tying run here in the top of the 5th.
This pitch by Poole a bit outside for ball 2. And a wild top spin pitch there. That one builds up a bit too high. And Davis staring at a 3-0 count against Owen Poole. Poole there does get one to squeak into the strike zone. It's 3-1 count. He's going to try and build this one back up.
Yeah, Chaz, you look back to yesterday. The scoreboard might say 10-7. The game's still going to come down to that one hit.
And a swing and a miss. Great job by Poole getting Davis to take a chunk out of that one. He misses there. Full count. This pitch, just a bit outside by Owen Poole for the walk. Bases are loaded as up comes Clay Jacobs.
He did have first base open there, so it doesn't advance the runners, but it still loads them up with one out. Doesn't look like there's motion in the Falcon bullpen at all. And it does look like there will be another pinch hitter in that 8th spot.
Yet again, this one no longer Jacobs. That's Houston King. He started the game yesterday for the Cardinals.
For Jacobs, number 23, Houston King.
So it seems like that 8th spot is just a revolving door of talent.
Yeah, hitting .277 on the year, 1 home run, 9 RBIs.
Pitch by Pools is going to go foul off the back of the bat of King.
This is a very big spot for Maloney to bring in another pinch hitter. Bases loaded, 1 out.
It's a great opportunity for the Cardinals, who only sit at 1 out. So they can afford to be a bit aggressive here. This one going to dribble down. The throw to second will go, but reaching first is King, and reaching home is a Cardinal to make the score 8-10 with 2 outs.
I like that decision with Antillion not throwing the ball to first base, just making sure you get 1. You're still up by 2. You still have the advantage. But if if Antillion tries to make a quick throw on that ball, throws it off of the fence, it's very, very quickly 10-9.
And now bases will remain loaded as Bayless gets hit on the first pitch of his at-bat to move over to first base. So bases are loaded, and a name you don't want to see come up on your scorecard, if you're a Falcon fan, Richter. Alex Richter, that is, coming up to bat. He is coming off of a 3 RBI homer.
The third baseman, Alex Richter.
Home run last time up.
And now Coach Halleck will come out and have a discussion. Not seeing much bullpen movement, so this will probably just be a talking to. So we will have a moment here on the mound. There is a body warming up. Can't really see from here.
Just got up.
That body being... Coyle, you got the spectacles on. Who is it?
Looks to be Nate Kress down there.
So Kress assumably will come in if they're assumably going to let Poole try and stick out this inning. If he can't, they'll bring in Kress. Pitch here by Poole on an 0-0 count. We'll make it 1-0 with the ball low and in the dirt.
Yeah, it does look like Poole has earned the chance to fight to end this 5th inning.
This one snakes its way inside for strike number 1. Great job by Poole to weave in an off speed there. He'll swing on this one, making it foul. 1-2 count. Payoff pitch for Poole to try and get out of this inning.
This could turn out to be a pivotal pitch here in the series finale.
And just missing the zone there. You could feel the collective cheer of Falcon fans, but no. Home plate umpire Stephen Miller did not like the placement of that one, trying to spin it in his pool. And now with bases loaded, it goes from a 1-2 count to a 3-2 count. Everything comes full.
Runners will be off on the pitch once again.
And fouling it behind him is Richter. So we'll do it again at 3-2.
It does, runners off on the pitch does cut down Bayless's run from first base.
And that will be ball number 4. Bases are loaded again, but a Cardinal will come home to roost for run number 9 of the day. It is 10-9 Falcon advantage, and we're not seeing any Coach Hallett coming back out. It looks like Poole will stay with 2 outs. First pitch by Poole. Weaving in for strike number 1 on a very well-timed off-speed. Dylan Grego, relatively quiet by his standards. He's got a double, but he ground out and struck out in his last 2 appearances. As we mentioned, he's got the home run cycle. This ball is cracked up and high. Going in for it's Horky. And Horky makes the grab, saving the day for the Falcons. It's 10-9 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. You are listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio. Don't go anywhere.
On January 31st, 2025, BGSU senior forward Jackson Niedermeyer scored a game-winning goal in overtime on the road against Northern Michigan, notching BG 2 points and securing Niedermeyer's first multi-point game as a Falcon. Falcon Media Sports Network's Ben Korak had the call on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Larson with the shot taken away by Bowling Green. This is Jackson Niedermeyer, takes it up the right wing, looking for a pass, now looking for a shot, he scores! Jackson Niedermeyer, the overtime winner with a buck left in overtime. And Bowling Green takes the much-needed extra point. What a wrist shot.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. The only change we have is Houston King coming in for Clay Jacobs in left. Besides that, everything holds true with Jacobson, the 7-footer on the mound. I think he chose, you'd think he'd be in a different sport, being 7 foot tall, but I guess not.
Yeah, he's, correction earlier, he is a sophomore, not a graduate student like I previously said. But he is, you can tell from up here, he is a solid foot taller than Ball State's third baseman, Alex Richter. Fairly impressive for a guy that's tall, that can move that well and throw the baseball as hard as he does.
Leading off the bottom of the 5th for the Falcons, the number 2 hitter, the catcher, Garrett Wright.
Garrett Wright up to bat. He sees the first pitch. It goes inside for ball number 1. Wright so far today, he flew out, but he's got back-to-back singles to make up for it.
Yeah, the last one in the 4th, he did end up coming around to score.
BG seeking some insurance here more than anything. He looks at this one, framed by Arnold. It's going to be a bit low on the outside corner. Ball number 2.
It's still one of the things Garrett Wright is so good at, is being patient and finding a way to get on.
This pitch will go right into the breadbasket for ball for strike number. Oh, no.
That was a
Wow.
little bit inside. Looks like it was
Wow.
3-0 here for Garrett Wright.
Got to keep active eyes. Wow. 3-0's the count. That one is also ruled the ball, so that will be a walk for Garrett Wright. His first one today.
I'm not quite sure where the last two missed, but
now we have Garrett Wright on first with Brady Birchmeyer trying to clean up a bit.
it does look like Cardinal head coach Rich Maloney is coming out, and they will make a pitching change.
And that decision will be made in just a second. We will have all those stats when we come back right here on Falcon Radio. You're listening to BGSU Baseball.
Hey, I'm Lucas Kleinmeyer, and you are listening to a presentation of the Falcon Media Sports Network on Falcon Radio. For Falcons, by Falcons.
BGSU men's basketball guard Javante Campbell made a game-winning layup against Toledo with 1.6 seconds remaining on February 21st, 2025, giving BG their first win at Savage Arena since 2021. Falcon Media Sports Network's Tyler Kavelitz had the call of the shot on Falcon Radio.
It's Campbell with the ball, driving inside, layup's no good, rebounded by Exact, the putback's no good. Johnson fights for it, it's kicked back out to Exact, inside to Campbell. Campbell puts the layup, it goes with 1.6 seconds remaining. Javante Campbell with the huge shot, possible shot of the year for Bowling Green. They take the lead with 1.6 seconds remaining over Toledo, 69-68.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Back here on Falcon Radio, Bowling Green trying to grow their lead, get some insurance, up 10-9 on the Ball State Cardinals here at the bottom of the fifth inning. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow. I'm never going to get that name right for the life of me. I don't know why. Coyle Withrow. And Coyle, we got not a coaching change. Wow, I can't even get that right. We got a pitching change with Ball State's head coach coming out. So what's new about this new pitcher?
Redshirt freshman Gabe Jones from Sterling Heights, Michigan, comes in and is at a 6.75 ERA, 1-0 on the year. Appeared in 3 games. He's only thrown 4 innings all year. 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 3 walks, 0 strikeouts. Opposing batters are batting .353 against them. I'm not sure I totally see where Coach Maloney is going with this. Runner on first, nobody out. Heart of the order here for the Falcons. But there is a reason that he is in the dugout and I am up here in the box.
First pitch is low for ball number 1.
Birchmeyer did have that single last time, the absolute rope up the middle.
We got strike number 1 here by Jones. Birchmeyer, excuse me. Birchmeyer did have that rope, the one you wanted to see the exit velocity on, because that was a crazy hit. A lot of power from the sophomore. This pitch dribbles, attempting to go is right, and it looks like he is going to get rung up. They caught him in a pickle. Sliding down, he is out. So out number 1 of this inning goes on a pickle by Garrett Wright.
Wright just looked like he got caught in no man's land out there. Didn't expect them to take a look at him down there at first base, but just tough luck there by Garrett Wright.
This ball will be popped up by Birchmeyer. Settling under it is Giovanetti. He makes the grab, out number 2. And that's just a quick bang, bang, 2-out moment for the Cards.
Yeah, suddenly it was 1 on, nobody out, to now nobody on, 2 out here in the span of 3 pitches.
Big pivotal moment there for Ball State, who are only down 1. Up is Gavin Gannon, who's been walked twice and struck out once.
Again, Gannon, second in the MAC in strikeouts here. Already has 1 today. Didn't seem like he liked that first pitch in there for a strike.
So strike number 1 here. This one goes high towards the shoulders for a ball. As nobody on, 2 outs. Gavin Gannon attempting to get something going here. Gannon in game 1 had a home run and a double in back-to-back plays. This one swinging on, fouling it high and away right for strike number 2. Gannon rocking his signature orange ninja headband. He had a white one the other day, but now he is going back to old reliable old orange on a 1-2 count.
It's nice to see the color matching by Gannon there.
This one will dribble in the dirt for a 2-2 count with 2 outs. The 2-2 delivery from Jones. Swing and a miss by Gavin Gannon. That will take us to the top of the 6th inning here. Falcons go 1-2-3 on a caught stealing, fly out, and strikeout by Wright, Birchmeyer, and Gannon. Don't go anywhere. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
BG Baseball wraps up their series against Ball State on Saturday, April 19th. Join Falcon Media Sports Network's Chaz McNeil and Coyle Withrow at 12:45 for pregame and 1 p.m. for first pitch on Falcon Radio.
What's going on, guys? I'm Darius Lorfields, junior safety here at BG. My Falcon 4 favorite things for homecoming, definitely seeing some of the alumni, you know, the big crowd, you know, hearing them roar, the Falcon Walk pregame, getting to see more people, and then just winning the game overall and celebrating after. Go Falcons.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow. I can't do it. I can't do it for whatever reason. Coyle Withrow.
A lot of syllables right there.
Yeah, a lot of them. It's the L of Coyle with the with. It just goes too fast. But regardless, I'm here with you. This has been a long game. We're already 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we are only at the top of the 6th here.
Yeah, it's been, I think we just figured out that it was about 20 minutes off of yesterday's 4.5-hour marathon.
So now we have second baseman up for Ball State. That's going to be Hasovsky.
Poole comes out yet again in the top of the 6th inning.
Bit of an interesting decision here by Coach Halleck. He fouls that one behind his head. This pitch low and outside. Good job saved by Garrett Wright.
I think it is nice from the point of view of Poole to have Halleck have that trust in him that he can send him out back there for another inning.
So ball number 2 on a 2-1 count.
The Falcon defense playing as straight up as you can get.
Then this one's going to be fouled high, going over towards BGSU's dugout. Settling under it is Laird, making the grab for the out. And that is out number 1 very quickly for BGSU.
Laird, that was a pretty sizable run for him over by the Falcon dugout. Looked like it did catch up in the wind, which, again, blowing at a crisp 15 miles an hour here. It is, you know, the Bowling Green wind that we've all come to love. Poole wasting no time. He's waiting in his motion as Garrett Arnold fouls that one back to the screen.
So an 0-1 count here. This pitch inside for strike number 2. So very quickly on Arnold. He's got 2 strikes, nobody on. Bowling Green working with a little bit more pace here.
Poole yet again in his set position for the umpire, even puts the ball back into play.
That one bounces down and off of right, so that'll be ball number 1 at this at bat. It's a 1-2 count. That one is smoked over to TJ Tackett. He makes the grab on a running snag for the second out of the day. Arnold put a lot of mustard on it, but Tackett was able to catch up. So now we go over to Giovannetti for the third at-bat of this outing. Giovannetti ground out, flew out, and has a single.
Yeah, it looks trying to build off that single to right center field that he had in the bottom or top of the 5th, excuse me. As that one is
a wild pitch behind Garrett Wright. So you can see the control issues coming out of Poole here. You'd love to hang with him as long as you can. Just 3 strikes away from not being needed till the 7th. This one going to be fouled way right and high for strike number 1 of the outing. So with a 1-1 count and 2 outs, Owen Poole facing off against Giovannetti, who has a single on his plate today. He's going to bounce that one over, fielded by Laird. He bobbles at the throw in time to Birchmeyer, and that is out number 3 of the inning. Excuse me. That takes us to the bottom of the 6th. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
I'm Ryan O'Hara on the BG hockey team. I got 4 favorite restaurants here. My first one, Frickers, because of the frickin' chicken. My second one, Kermit's, because it's great breakfast food. My third one, The Row. It's great. It stays open late and has great food. And my 4th one is Juniper. It's great to go in the afternoon, and they have a really good name that too.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. Bowling Green hold on to a 10-9 lead, holding Ball State scoreless. Top of the 6th, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow, and Bowling Green have a couple big name batters up to bat in the next couple rounds. So you got Horky, Antillian, and Curlis. Antillian back-to-back hits today. Horky back-to-back hits today. Curlis walked and singled. This middle part of the lineup has been pretty solid.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, just a testament to the offense here. We are only through 5.5 full innings. The 20 hits total between both teams. Bowling Green does have the advantage there with 12-8. it's again just another way that, we saw earlier in the year how preaching, just finding a way to get on. Just keep the lineup moving. Let the guys behind you do what they do best. And I think this middle of the lineup, that 4 or 5 through 7 spots have been, a testament to that today.
And Horky going to take a bat, and that ball's going to go off the very tip of the inside of the bat, so good thing it didn't hit him there.
Almost like a lightsaber there, just trying to.
Horky's going to look that one in for strike number 2. This pitch just a bit outside for ball 1, so it's a 1-2 count for Zach Horky.
Looked a little bit too close there.
And that ball will dribble on the delivery by Jones for ball number 2, excuse me.
Yet again, it shows Horky's patience up there, just waiting for his pitch.
And strike number 3 will send Zach Horky packing and send up Gunnar Antillian.
Yet again, it does not look like Horky was very, very thrilled with that call. And I can agree with him there. It looked a little bit too far inside on that white line on the inner half. But a little bit too close for my liking, but that one looked same spot to Antillian as the strikeout pitch to Horky. Again, was not called a strike, so not quite sure where the disconnect is there.
It's been an interesting zone so far today, to say the least. This pitch inside for ball number 2, so the inside seemingly a bit thinner on the strike zone.
Yeah, and it's, again, that pitch to Antillian, roughly the same spot as it was, the strikeout pitch was to Horky, but just not getting anything to Antillian.
This pitch floats in for the first strike for Antillian of the at-bat. It's a 2-1 count.
The clouds are starting to roll back in over Stellar Field.
This pitch a bit outside there for ball 3.
Does seem like that weather that we were talking about a little bit earlier is starting to come into the area. Not sure if there's any rain along with it.
And that will be ball number 4 for Gunnar Antillian as he advances to first with 1 out, sending up Braden Curlis. So Jones has been pretty solid here today, but a couple books have closed. You want to break down a couple of the Jacobson books, and I don't even think we went over Burden.
I think it's pretty convoluted here. Let's do this at the end of this inning here.
It's a good call. Low ball for ball number 1.
Especially
saved
since
by Arnold.
Antillian on first base there. He's a pretty sneaky over there, can take a bag at will.
This pitch swung on, fouled behind the head.
And into the back parking lot over at the Slater Ice Arena. Hopefully did not get my car over there. A little bit too close for comfort.
So a definite close call. Hope your car's okay, Coyle. This pitch on the 1-1 delivery. That one is skied to the left. And will the snag be made? Yes, it will. Athletic play there by King. Houston King with the save. That's the second out of the day.
sliding catch over there toward his glove side. Again, just shows the motion that the MAC outfielders have here. I think that both the Ball State outfield as well as the Bowling Green outfield have made some pretty long runs to track down fly balls.
Now Motice up to bat. He's got a hit for a single, a walk, and another single. So he's got 2 singles and a walk. This time he's going to look that one in. That ball's going to bounce off of Arnold and advance Antillian to second, from first.
I do have the final line for Burden. He went 1.1 innings, 4 earned runs, 3 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout.
And now with a 1-0 count, Jones delivery inside, but it will be a strike on Curlis. So a 1-1 count. And that will advance on another wild pitch. That brings Antillian to third, so 2-1 count. Now a runner really threatening there, Coyle.
Yeah, Antillian, like I said, he's a guy that can just take bases at will. That one didn't get too far away from the catcher. It just was able to make something happen with the legs and advance 90 feet.
This will be a swing and a miss for Curlis, brings the count to 2-2.
And then the final line for Jacobson got 1 out, officially through a third of an inning, 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, and gave up a double.
And another swing and a miss on his knees is Motice. I don't know why I was saying Curlis earlier. That is strike number 3 and out number 3 as we head to the top of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled broadcast to bring you coverage of BGSU athletics.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field as Nate Kress is on the mound. Break us his stats down, Coyle.
Kress comes in. Again, another guy that Halleck has leaned on to eat innings. Comes with a 5.8 ERA, 2-0 on the year. Appeared in 15 games, 1 start, 23 innings pitched, given up 19 runs, 15 of them earned, 14 walks, 17 strikeouts. Opponents are batting .312 against him. Comes in a little bit of a high-stress situation here. Only up by 1 going into the top of the 7th inning. We're getting down to the home stretch here.
You're right, Coyle. We are officially 1/2 inning away from stretch time here at Stellar Field. It's been a long one, 2.5 hours currently.
Again, I'm kind of curious here. Halleck's game plan for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Kress obviously coming out to start the 7th inning. Would it be a Do you think we could see, Penrod here after the blown save yesterday?
I think that would be interesting. I think the thing with Penrod, too, we don't really know what went on with him yesterday. He exited the game, had a bit of a blow-up, like you mentioned. First pitch by Kress will be a ball to Beavis, excuse me. Wow. Dennis, wow.
Yeah, the right fielder, Blake Beavis, comes up home run, 2 for 3 today with a home run and a double. The home run in the top of the 4th inning was a opposite field.
And he will send that one skied back. Settling under it is Motice. Motice makes the grab. That's out number 1 here in the 7th inning. And now, Coyle, Caden, you guys are both in here. We've got our trivia question, which I said I'd drop at the 6th. It's top of the 7th. Same difference. The question was, what MLB mascot is known just simply as the bird? Your options were St. Louis Cardinals, the Baltimore Orioles, Toronto Blue Jays, and the BGSU Falcons. What are your final guess?
Baltimore Orioles.
I'm also going with the Orioles.
Well, you guys just went 1 for 1. It is the Baltimore Orioles, as I try not to be as hard with my trivia as Tyler Kavelitz is. Strike 1 from Kress. Strike 2 right down the middle. He hits the same spot twice in a row for 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on. He's facing off against Ty Davis.
Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it does look like there will not be a new pinch hitter this at bat.
Stay
in the 8 hole.
And then a bit of a low pitch there for a 1-2 count.
Sometimes Mr. Tyler Kavalitz's trivia questions are, who hit the farthest ball on the 3rd Tuesday and the 2nd Wednesday after the 1st day of March. Feels like some of them are just out of left field. Rather unique there. Does look like the Bowling Green outfield is playing fairly poolside.
And what looks like it will be strike 3, just a bit outside there.
Just a hair. The Bowling Green faithful here at Stellar Field are letting the home plate umpire hear it. I'm not sure where that missed, but...
So 3-2 count, everything comes full. Ty Davis stands above home plate. The delivery outside. So Falcon faithful, like you mentioned, not happy about that second straight walk drawn by Davis.
Again, it's kind of, if that run comes around, if Davis does end up coming around to score, that's going to be something that they look back on where really could have gone either way.
So now we will have Houston King up to bat. Had a fielder's choice. His last appearance. This one way outside for ball number 1.
Again, it just kind of shows the inconsistency of command for the Falcon pitching staff.
This one does hit the zone right down Main Street for strike number 1, so it's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, that one was a lot, just pretty much as good as you can get it. King with a big hack on that 1-1 pitch. Bring it to 1-2 with 1 out. Ty Davis still on first.
This ball could be a big one here to get the second out.
Pitch clock down to 3.
And swinging, fouling it back behind him is King.
Does look like Nate Kress is using all 20 seconds of the pitch clock, letting that one go with about 3 seconds left. Trying to get himself in a rhythm here, just keep working the zone.
So now 1-2, he's going to foul it again, so good job battling here that we're seeing from King.
Does look like both bullpens are silent.
And this one will be right in between the legs of Brady Birchmeyer. That one rounds the bases. Stumbling is Davis, but he's going to make it. Runners stay on the corners. One more hit with one out, and that will go as a hit single.
Yeah, it did look like Davis stumbled a little bit coming around second base. Just kind of tripping himself up a little bit. King, however, did find a way to poke that ball right through Birchmeyer's legs down there at first base. Just kind of tied him up a little bit.
The center fielder, Gavin Bayless.
Bayless steps up now. He is 1 for 2 on the day with a fielder's choice, a strikeout, and then his last at-bat in the fifth got hit by a pitch. Big leverage spot here for Kress and the Falcons. So that one's fouled off again into the parking lot just off to the right of Stellar Field here. Kress has got to be fairly selective here, trying to preserve that one-run lead here in the top of the 7th inning. There is a little bit of stretching down in the Falcon bullpen. Nobody getting hot quite yet.
So it's a 1-1 count for Kress going up against Bayless. Bayless struck out, had a fielder's choice, and was hit in his past 3 at-bats. And he's going to sky that one over to the right for a foul ball.
King with a fairly small lead at first base. Again, just trying not to give Garrett Wright or Kress the opportunity to erase him from the score sheet just quite yet.
So a 2-2 count now.
The Ball State dugout, showing the most life it's shown in a few innings here. A lot of chatter down there from the boys in red.
So we're going to see a ball popped over. That's going to advance as a tie baseball game. Another single there, or first hit of the day, for Bayless. Second straight single of the game.
Yeah, that does put runners back onto the corners with one out, squaring things up at 10. Again, that kind of backs the Falcons into a corner. Because up comes Alex Richter. Had the big home run in the 4th inning that just escaped and hit off the top or the bottom of the batter's eye in center field. Then you have Grego in the on-deck circle.
Grego's not a face you want to see. Same with Richter. So it's a 1-0 count. Kress keeping his head up. Pitch by Kress here. Right down Main Street for strike number 1 of this at-bat.
Good backdoor curveball in there by Kress. Just dropping right into that front pocket of Richter as a lefty.
This one swung on foul.
That Cardinal dugout again just continuing to get louder and louder down there, knowing that they have probably the most life that they've had since that first inning.
That will be an outside pitch for ball number 2, so it's a 2-2 count.
Does look like Houston King over at third base is taking a very hard first step. Once Kress comes set, Bayless over at first just kind of inching and inching closer to second.
That's going to be popped up over, reaching for it. That will be a snag by Zach Horkey, but he will get the RBI. So Ball State take the lead for the first time since first inning, all the way back at 2 o'clock, or at 3 o'clock, 2 hours and 42 minutes ago. Score is 11-10, Ball State.
Up comes again Dylan Grego, the left-handed shortstop. He's currently 1 for 4 with a double. Already has a strikeout. Flew out to right. Is that one well outside?
For ball 1.
Bayless again with a very hard lead at first base. Almost begging Crest to throw over. See that more in high school ball than anything else. That very hard, jabby first step from Bayless.
This pitch, swing and a miss by Dylan Grego.
The key for Grego here, that wind is blowing probably the hardest it's blown all day out toward right field.
He's going to foul that one back, so that's strike 2. He's sitting at a 2-2 count.
Mercer over there in the danger zone with these foul balls. Between that and then the Ice Arena parking lot, they've been pretty consistently hit.
This one's going to bounce behind.
That Ball State dugout, again, looking like a different team than it has been the past 5 or so innings.
This pitch, swing and a miss, and that will send us to the bottom of the 7th. It is stretch time here in Bowling Green as Ball State take their first lead since the first inning. 11-10, you are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
BGSU graduate Jason Jackson from the Miami Heat here. Make sure to tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m. on WBGU 88.1 FM, home of the Falcon Media Sports Network.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. Bowling Green about to take the batter's box for the bottom of the 7th inning. They've got some work to do. They are in a deficit for the first time in a while, down 11-10 here. And we've had a lot of action, a lot of runs scored, 21 so far. That it'll take a lot to eclipse yesterday's 23-18, which was over 40 runs. But now we've got Alex Laird up to bat for the Falcons. He's got a double, a sacrifice fly with an RBI, and a hit single.
It's, again, some of the thing, it's kind of the inverse of the Falcon offense that we saw earlier in the year. Most of the production today and yesterday have been in that, first 4.5, 5 innings, with all of the Falcon runs coming before the bottom of the 5th. But Laird hopes to come up and just get something going. Excuse me.
First pitch goes in as a ball. Just a bit low.
Yeah, the key here for Laird is just to not do too much. Just try to find a way to get on.
He's going to dribble this one over. It's going to be a hit, fielded, and the throw to Giovanetti will be in time. Quick hit, quick out for Alex Laird.
Yeah, that's obviously not what Laird quite hoped for. Just got a little bit in toward his hands and just jammed him down and rolled over to the shortstop. So rather, repetitive thing this game.
TJ Tackett's now back up. He has yet to get a hit so far today, and he swings in a miss on the first pitch of this at-bat.
Currently 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Not quite what the Falcon faithful wanted to see today, but as that one runs in, it almost nails him on the foot. Just able to get out of the way there.
So yet another, as we have a ball here, so it's a 1-1 count. Jones delivers. Swing and a miss by TJ Tackett's again. His nightmare day continues above home plate. So now with a 1-2 count, in towards the knees of Tackett's, that'll be ball number 2.
This is coming from a guy that's earlier this year, even last week, was one of the hottest bats in the Falcon lineup. He's capable of it. Just in a little bit of a slump here. That one's fouled off toward the Ball State dugout.
So 2-2 count, staying alive and battling is TJ Tackett's. Tackett's takes that one for a 3-2 count.
Kind of amplifies the mistakes here, knowing that, again, it's 11-10 right now. Yesterday, another over 40-run total score affair.
That one will be skied by TJ Tackett's over the wall. It is out of here. TJ Tackett's first hit of the day is a solo homer that puts Bowling Green tied with the Cardinals.
That one was well over the scoreboard. Tackett's knew it as soon as it hit the bat. What a way to break out of a rough game that he's had. That go-ahead game-tying home run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Ties us all up at 11-11 with Garrett Wright coming up.
That's going to be Garrett Wright, the same Garrett Wright, with a walk and 2 singles so far today. So very big day out of him. Expecting maybe just a bit more, trying to give the Falcons the lead. So first pitch is going to be a strike right down the middle.
Back to the Tackett's home run. That ball cleared the scoreboard by a solid 15 foot above it. That ball was all bit of 400-plus feet.
Massive by Wright. And Wright's going to send that one high and into the wall to the warning track. Going after it is Bayless. He's going to struggle with it. That's a double for Garrett Wright.
Another solid piece of hitting by Garrett Wright, finding a way to drive that one to the Falcon logo in left center field. And up comes Brady Birchmeyer. Another big spot here for him to break out of the 1-for-3 day he's been having so far. As out comes Ball State head coach Rich Maloney.
And we are going to get a pitching change here, so we'll be right back with the new pitcher in just a second. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
listen to replays of recent Falcon Media Sports Network's broadcasts, tune into WBGU 88.1 FM every weekday morning from midnight to 3 a.m.
This is Phil Beskid, BGSU Radio Faculty Advisor. You can catch all the Falcon Media Sports Network broadcasts on our two stations, WBGU 88.1 FM and Falcon Radio, which can both be found on bgfalconmedia.com. Ziggy.
Looking for a BGSU Athletics talk radio show? Tune into the Zig Zone every Sunday at 4 p.m., where a panel of Falcon Media Sports Network members discuss the hottest BG sports topics. Only on WBGU 88.1 FM.
So Jones's day is done for Ball State. Walk us through this new pitcher coil.
In comes Owen Quinn, the junior right-hander from Lawrence North High School in Indianapolis, Indiana. Comes in with a 3.12 ERA, 2-1 on the year, 13 appearances for 34 2/3. Only given up 26 hits, 12 runs, all of them earned. But one of the things that really piques my interest about this guy, he's only given up 8 walks all year in 34 2/3 innings and has 36 strikeouts. He is a control-based guy that's going to be a different perspective for the Bowling Green offense today from what they've seen so far.
I agree with you on that one.
I do think it'll be good for Birchmeyer to see more consistent strikes than the guy named Jones or Jacobson.
So now we are going to get the first pitch.
Birchmeyer fouls that one directly onto the plate and straight back. Looks to be on time with Quinn's first pitch. There is still movement down in the Ball State bullpen.
It's been a tough day for pitchers for Ball State. They have just been burning through them. And this one will be hit foul by Brady Birchmeyer.
Very hard down that left field line. Third base coach jumping out of the way.
Little keep your head up there.
A good afternoon alarm for him. Wright leads off of second. Still not too far of a lead.
This one's going to be dribbled and making the grab is Grego. Throw to Giovanetti for the second out of the inning.
Again, another good play by this middle infield. Grego going over to his right side backhand and immediately picking it up and throwing to first base for the out.
Designated hitter, Gavin
Gannon again. Same story as Tackett's. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks on the day for Gannon. Hoping to break out of that little slump he's had thus far, as that one runs well inside for a ball. Still looking like Wright is getting just ever so slightly extending that lead at second base.
He's just slowly trying to grow it a bit. Gavin Gannon here looks that one in. Liking the patience we're seeing from Gavin Gannon here today.
Yeah, that one was bounced solid 6 foot in front of home plate, almost like a cricket bowl, if you will. Wrong sport, but remotely similar. Right at second, just creeping slowly and slowly as they were going to intentionally walk Gavin Gannon here.
Wow.
To set up a force out at third.
Interesting.
As Zach Horky comes up, I'm not sure about this decision. Horky is 2 for 4 with a single, a double, grounded into a fielder's choice, and struck out his last at-bat. I'm not sure if this is a good decision, but I guess hindsight will tell us here in a few pitches.
And swing and a miss there by Zach Horky.
Big swing up there. Does look like Gannon does have a fairly sizable lead in front of Giovannotti at first base. Right again, just creeping just ever so slightly toward third a little bit more. Another bounced ball by Quinn that marks his 4th of the inning. Catcher Garrett Arnold working overtime back there, just trying to keep the Falcons out of or off of third base. Getting beat up back there as the Maloney coming out yet again. It looks like they...
Another talk, maybe? This might just be a conversation, I believe.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that very peculiar mound visit here by Maloney. I'm not sure. Trying to mess with Horky's rhythm up there. There is still movement in that Ball State bullpen, maybe buying a little bit of time, hoping to get Quinn through this bottom half.
And you'd like to stretch Quinn as far as you can get him just because he is your 6th pitcher.
Yeah.
You just like to try and get a little bit more use out of him with the fact that, I mean, yes, it's the technically quote-unquote Sunday game. It's the last game of the series. But at the end of the day, you still want to use your least amount of pitchers as possible.
Yeah, you want to make sure that your guys stay fresh all the way through the MAC tournament, especially for the team that is currently leading the MAC in Ball State. Quinn is also has the lowest ERA on the Ball State pitching staff regardless of innings pitched.
Then this ball will be popped up and right out of play. Just waiting for that one to drop. You never want to know.
Hang time.
Yeah, right. That one hit a couple clouds on its way down.
1-2 here to Horky. Big lead for Gannon at first.
Playing back is Giovannetti. Gannon knows there's no real risk. At second, bigger league taken. Ball high, and he will be rung up. Falcon fans unhappy with that. We have a tied ball game here heading to the top of the 8th.
Horky had a few words for the home plate umpire, and now out comes Kyle Halleck. Neither of which looks very happy, as now the home plate umpire and Halleck have a conversation down that third base line.
Halleck did lose his composure for a second yesterday.
Halleck immediately took that first step out of the Bowling Green dugout and walked toward home plate, as they are still having a conversation down that line.
Bowling Green really just looking for any type of
Swing.
spark in a way.
Any catalyst that they can find coming into the top of this 8th inning.
And honestly, getting Horky a little fired up, I don't think that's the worst thing to happen in the world.
No, and we saw this back at the Ohio series earlier in the year. You saw a a couple questionable strike calls to both Horky and Gunn in that series. Halleck immediately started defending his guys, and then they hung a 3 spot in the next inning, if I remember correctly. Which, again, there's not a whole lot downside to emotion, especially with the Falcons this year.
Unless you get tossed.
Yeah.
That's the only issue, is you never want to get tossed. But
there's a very fine line there.
So top of the 8th inning here for Ball State. Nate Kress still on the mound for the Orange and Brown.
Out comes Huskowski for his fifth at bat of the game. He's currently 0 for 3 with a walk. Kress looking to just get something going.
And pretty good swing there, just a bit below that ball. Sends it up.
Shot straight back toward us.
Yeah. I saw you flinch. It's okay. I did too. This pitch, just low, way low actually, and outside.
Yet again, there is still some motion in that Bowling Green bullpen.
Wright tries to frame that one up, unable to. Home plate umpire rules it a bit outside. This delivery swing and fouled into himself. Feeling that definitely is Hasofsky.
It does look like it is redshirt freshman Titus Lotz down there in the Falcon bullpen just staying warm.
This one low for a 3-2 count.
You have to assume that it is Kress's game from here on out, assuming pitch counts.
And this ball's going to be bounced, fielded by Antillian, the throw to Birchmeyer, and he got him out, number 1 of the 8th inning.
Showing off that arm strength by Antillian, a deep ball in the hole that he was able to get to and fire a strike over to Birchmeyer at first base. I do think Antillian is having one of the better weeks that he's had.
I think you're right about that. Antillian he was brought in for how good he can field, and now we're seeing the batting follow suit as pitch number 1 comes in for a strike right down the windpipe.
I do believe it was Thursday.
And this ball will be skied along, going back for adjusting, and grabbed is Carter Motice for the second out. What a play by the freshman.
Up against the wall. That ball looked almost gone off the bat. Looked like it just caught up in some crosswinds, and Motice was able to run it down and track it all the way in for the second out of this 8th inning.
So a lot of contact happening in this 8th inning, but no score just yet. That's what the Falcons want to see. If you can get Kress through this one, then you can close out with Titus Lotz. You can try and score when you get your offensive possession. So now, strike number 1 right down the middle.
There is a little... Lotz is the only one actively throwing, but there is a little bit of stretching going on down there. I can't quite see who it is. Paint there by Nate Kress.
That was perfect.
Second strike.
Swinging. I mean, that was a perfect pitch by Nate Kress. And he follows it up by a not-so-perfect pitch as that one bounces down in the dirt.
The thing about the sequencing, too, Kress with that bounce curveball trying to get him to chase, it's not a bad idea. As that
And
one
swing and a miss. That will bring Giovanetti down, and the Falcons have the opportunity to take the lead here. Bottom of the 8th, you're listening to BGSU Baseball on Falcon Radio. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for a BG Athletics discussion show? Check out The Swoop, where a rotating cast of Falcon Media Sports Network co-hosts talk everything BGSU athletics. New episodes are available every Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel.
Ever wanted to hear what a BGSU coach or player says after a game? Head over to the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel to watch post-game press conferences for all BGSU home volleyball, soccer, football, hockey, and basketball games.
Back here on Falcon Radio at Stellar Field, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow. Didn't mess up your name, but I messed up the word broadcast, so still have yet to have a perfect intro back, but the Falcons looking to have a perfect outro to this game. This is the rubber match of Bowling Green State University versus the Ball State Cardinals. It's 11-11 here at the bottom of the 8th. Make a wish, and I think all Falcon faithful are wishing for an orange and brown W.
Yeah, and I think throwing out Quinn yet again, I don't know how good of an idea that is, outside of obviously being able for him to eat the innings.
The thing is, though, this could be the last inning. The defense is out there for Ball State as Bowling Green get last at bat. So if they manage to score here and shut down Ball State top of the 9th, that would be the ball game. First pitch is a ball. Second pitch back in the dirt for another ball. It's been a tough day here for pitchers in general, but specifically for Ball State. They've gone through 6 with a combined 7 walks, 8 strikeouts, and 11 runs.
It does. You know, Chaz, and we mentioned the threat of this earlier. There are some rather darker clouds rolling in over Stellar Field. Doesn't look like it's anything to be concerned about quite yet, but in the event of extras, might be something to keep an eye on.
As Antillian looks in strike number 1. So it's 3-1 count for Gunnar Antillian. Antillian had 2 singles early and then followed up by 2 flyouts. Both were rather deep. Like to see if he can go yard here. Sets in for this one, and he will get walked. There's no doubt in his mind or the umpires, as up will trot Braden Curlis.
Curlis coming in with a 1 for 3 outing thus far. Walks and a single to his credit. Came around to score twice, though, hoping to pass this torch back to Matthijs in the on-deck circle.
Good start for Orange and Brown. No outs, runner on first. That is the leading run in the form of Gunnar Antillian. You can get him to cross and then attempt a shutdown.
He is. Antillian over at first is a quick runner. Maybe a little bit of small ball incoming, perhaps.
Curlis looks in ball number 2, so nothing too close to home plate just yet in this at-bat.
Yeah, and I think that's been kind of Quinn's MO thus far is just trying to keep it off the center of the plate. Now, you have a guy like Curlis who can take the ball the other way off that outer third.
Curlis will look this one in for strike number one. That one perfectly placed over the plate.
There is a lot of room down that right field line. The right fielder Beavis playing almost to the 375 sign in right center.
Curlis takes that one high on the shoulder for a 3-1 look. Antillian remains on first. And this has been a pretty well-hitting middle of the lineup. Honestly, this entire lineup for the Falcons very good at getting ball to bat, excuse me. And that will be skied up behind, and making the grab for it is Arnold. The wind helps him just a little bit, and that's out number one of the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th.
It does look like it helped quite a bit by wind. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to smack the top of the press box, but it just kind of spun in place. As up comes Carter Motice.
Carter Motice, the freshman, true freshman, with 2 hits, a strikeout, and a walk. Not the best showing for him so far, but very strong, as not the biggest showing he's had this season, but still a very strong one.
2 for 3 with the walk it's a pretty good day regardless of your class.
As Quinn makes the throw over to first to try and pick off Antillian, it won't go. Another pickoff attempt. That's going to fall too late.
And there is more motion down in the Falcon bullpen. Does look like Connor Penrod is up and throwing.
So that is a big development, actually. Penrod had not the best outing last night, but when you're one of the best closers in the entire country, I think you can afford a blow-up or two.
He is still number 3 in the country for saves this year with 10.
Diving back is another pickoff. Antillian gets there with plenty of time.
Coach Halleck would greatly appreciate getting another run or two here, making it a safe situation, getting that lead. Actually, correct myself.
That one in towards the knees of Motice. So with a 1-1 count and 1 out, Bowling Green, they're down to their last 5 outs. It's a tied ball game. Whole lot of ones on the scoreboard, 11-11.
Yeah.
And that will be shot over. The snag will be made. Antillian gets caught up a little bit. He manages to make it back. And that will be a line out for Carter Motice. Alex Laird now trying to get anything out of this inning.
So here's my thought for this half inning. Does Halleck go with Penrod in a non-safe situation for the chance for the win?
The third baseman, Alex Laird.
That is very true.
I think it's
He did that yesterday. Didn't end up panning out as a grand slam was hit on him to make the lead. It was 19-18 when Connor Penrod let up a grand slam that gave a 23-18 advantage, and then Falcons unable to score after that.
Not only is that a blown save, but he also took the loss yesterday.
Another throw. And Gunnar Antillian getting in his cardio there, just having to jump his way back.
Low and in, rolls away from Arnold behind the dish. Laird today 2 for 3 with a single, a double, and a sacrifice fly. Again, not the worst day in the world, but just he's had a lot better days this year.
As this delivery checks it, and they opt that we're getting a conversation. They're saying that he checked, and Laird not happy either. Now Halleck's going to come on out, and there's going to be another conversation to be had.
Halleck is not very happy immediately coming out of that Falcon dugout. As now home plate umpire.
So Stephen Miller's going to go over to Jay Myers. We're going to have a meeting here, and Derek Whitfield. So home first and third. So now, and Laird actually having a conversation with Arnold, talking about that a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think he went. I don't think he was close to going. However, Halleck in a bit over position on the third base line, depending on which way this call goes.
Not happy, you could say, as they're going to take a look at his bat.
I wonder if it is.
What?
They're taking it out of play.
What a baffling turn of events happening here. The Falcon dugout, not fans of that bat either.
Does look like they just took Laird's bat out of play and replaced it with what looks to be Birchmeyer's.
So, count being altered just a little bit.
I do believe they were looking at if that bat was broken rather than another pickoff.
Falcon faithful not happy with what's going on right now. Bowling Green still in a great opportunity here. 2 balls, 2 outs, runner on first, scoring run on first base in the form of Gunnar Antillion.
I'm not sure what was going on there.
Swing and a miss by Alex Laird sets the count to 2-1. Settling back into the batter's box is Alex Laird.
Antillion, rather sizable lead over there at first base.
He's going to foul that one behind him, just a bit under that ball.
Again, using a bat that he has not swung.
And that's also one of the key factors. He's had a great day today. 2 hits, a sac fly, 4 RBIs.
It would be nice to have a Ellie De La Cruz moment last year.
He pops this one up. Is it going to bloop? It just settles in. Alex Laird has moved Gunnar Antillion to third base, and that is his 3rd hit of the game, and it's with a bat he doesn't even use.
A nice Texas leaguer over Huskovsky's head, just right into that little no man's land.
So now TJ Tackett gets the opportunity to play some hero ball here. If he can manage to bring home Gunnar Antillion, then Bowling Green would just need to have a strong showing from their pitching staff. And speaking of showing from their pitching staff, Ball State's head coach is going to have another word with Quinn.
Does not look like they are making a change. With runners on the corners, 2 outs, tie ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Tackett has the opportunity to swing this game in favor of the Falcons. Coming off that monster home run in the bottom of the 7th. Stephen Miller comes out to break up the mound meeting here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Reminder fans, the Falcons will be back here next Friday for the opener of a 3-game series with the Eastern Michigan
This
Eagles.
meeting,
First pitch
a
on Friday,
very
scheduled
long
for
one.
3 p.m.
Yeah,
Saturday
it's,
and Sunday.
I mean, in reality, all you need is one out.
Yes.
That's almost essentially, I can tell you what he's telling them. You just need to get this one out. You've got a very good batter coming hot off of a home run.
especially since you do have Laird at first base, you still have the force out in a second. You know, you have to assume he's probably telling Grego, you know, either way it takes you. If it takes you to that back behind second base, you can either flip it or throw it to first base for that out.
First pitch of this at bat, way outside for ball number 1. TJ Tackett didn't even think about moving the bat on that one.
And I'm not sure which is the lesser of two evils here. Tackett's coming off that monster home run over the scoreboard, and then you have Garrett Wright waiting in the on-deck circle. 3 for 4 with a double.
Tackett went to check. They're calling that a strike.
Again, Halleck does not look very pleased there in the corner of that Falcon dugout.
So with a 1-1 count and 2 outs, the delivery, runner's going to go in the form of Laird. He makes it there safely. So now there's a runner on second and a runner on third, Antillian at 3 and Laird at 2.
Again, I'm not sure what the lesser of two evils will be. Yes, you have a base open. However,
check swing. Too high. That'll be ball number 3. If you could load the bases here with Garrett right up to bat, that would be a monster opportunity, Coyle.
yeah, it would be. The only issue is that also opens up the force out anywhere. If the ball is hit in the infield, there is an out to be made.
And fouling it up and behind, it looks like it's going to be playable, and that will end the inning. Great athletic play by Dylan Grego, and now it looks for a fact like we are going to have at least a full one more inning. We will be right back here on Falcon Radio. You're listening to BGSU Baseball. Don't go anywhere.
On October 4th, 2024, BGSU volleyball opposite hitter Lauren Hovey recorded her 115th career service ace in BG's comeback reverse sweep of Western Michigan, passing Paige Penrod for the most in program history during the rally scoring era. Falcon Media Sports Network's Chaz McNeil had the call of the historic moment on WBGU 88.1 FM.
And that will make history. Lauren Hovey's 115th ace in the rally scoring era is in the history books as the Stroh Center applauds.
This has been a Falcon Media Sports Network featured call.
Welcome back here to Falcon Radio. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow and Bowling Green. They were so close to cashing in. They had runners on third and second, but they were unable to get a leading run to cross home plate. So we will do it again, top of the 9th. Ball State now the opportunity to crack this game open. And Coyle, Ball State are no strangers to the late game comeback we saw yesterday in what was a monstrous game, a game that lasted over 4 hours. Dylan Grego played hero with Blake Beavis homering to right field, taking the lead, and then Grego with a grand slam to put 23-18 distance between the Falcons.
And I think Kress here with Beavis up now, Davis in the on-deck circle, both of which have home runs today, as Beavis fouls that one straight back to the screen. I'm not sure if there's really a good path to pitch around a guy like Beavis.
No, you're right about that. It's a tough situation because, I mean, today he's got 2 hits and he's got a home run and a double, both extra base hits. He's not hitting little dinky hits either, as Nate Kress will put one in the breadbasket for a 1-2 count. That paired with the fact that he's still swinging. He struck out swinging and he struck out on a fly out, or he flew out, excuse me.
Kress, again, just coming right at Beavis, which is one of the best things that a Falcon pitcher has done today.
And a swing and a miss by Blake Beavis sends him packing, and Bowling Green are just 2 outs away from taking over offensively.
Yeah, that was up high fastball to Beavis that he just couldn't catch up to.
Designated hitter Ty Davis.
So a big moment here as Ty Davis comes up. He has a home run today as well. He's got a single and a walk with a fly out.
I think if I'm Kyle Halleck right here, I'm hoping get this next 2 outs, go in, score run. Penrod gets another day of rest tomorrow, another day of rest today, tomorrow. You know, and it's fresh again for the midweek against Michigan on Tuesday.
And you go all the way down, I mean, then you've got Garrett Wright leading you off.
Yep.
So, I mean, there is a lot of hope there as it's a 1-1 count and Kress laces one in for a strike. There's a lot of hope there if you're Bowling Green. You've got a very solid lineup. You've got a very good portion of your lineup coming up. You just need 2 outs and try and attempt to take over as Ty Davis saw images of himself running the bases as he took everything out of that ball, but it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, that ball, he swung out of his shoes, trying to replicate what he did in the 2nd inning and drive one over that pole.
And that ball will be popped up. Laird making a diving attempt for it, not going to get there. The attempt going to second base, he's not going to end up going there. He tried, ended up coming back.
Laird tried his hardest to get up and snag that ball from Davis. Just was still a little bit too high. Nice piece of hitting by Ty Davis just to poke it over that third baseman Laird's head.
Now Houston King making his appearance for his 3rd at bat. He had a fielder's choice and a single in his past 2. Came in for Clay Jacobs, who came in for Griffin. Kress. He will foul it back. King swinging just below that one.
Kress again coming right at King, just trying to keep the ball.
This one up and inside, and no, he put it up on the outside and managed to break its way in, but not close enough. Falcon fans booing that one. We got a holy crap alert in the stands. That's how heated it's getting here. And fully on his knees, going for a check swing. Doesn't fully go, so it'll go as a ball.
Kress again keeping at that up and out. That almost the 3 spot there.
Swing and a miss there by Houston King. Puts him 1 away from heading home, but 2 away from taking first.
A huge swing on the curveball there by King. Looks like he wanted to put that one onto Missouri Field.
And we will get a full count here as Kress knew it as it left his hand. Left a bit outside low for ball 3. So it's a 3-2 count, 1 out. Runner on first base. Falcons need this strikeout. Kress on the delivery to Houston King. Runners going, and that will be a walk as Houston King survives the at-bat. And now we get Bayless up to bat.
Yeah, Garrett Wright came up firing to second, but didn't even make a throw since it was already ball 4. Now, Gavin Bayless comes up. Now he is 1 for 2 with a fielder's choice, a strikeout, a single, and a hit by pitch. However, now there's going to be a little meeting between the Ball State coaches and Bayless.
A lot to talk about here. A pinch runner is going to come in So he's going to come in for Houston, and that's going to be number 15.
Brett Griffiths.
Brett Griffiths. He is a interesting guy. 6-foot junior infielder from West Sacramento, California.
Running for King on first, number 15, Brett Griffiths.
And that's the 4th name to come in here for the 8th spot of Houston King. So very interesting. We just see this time again. And swung on and sent yard into the Ball State bullpen is Bayless. He got all of that one. If he had that lined up a little bit more to the left, that ball might have been gone.
I would appreciate if Coach Maloney over there in the Ball State dugout did make a change in anything other than the 8-hole, because I have run out of room on my scorebook.
We saw a lot of that yesterday. We saw 4 changes yesterday, 4 more today. It's tough to see. I wonder if there will be more 8-hole hitter changes or runs scored in this game. That ball is flied up foul for strike number 2.
Yeah, that ball was well foul off the bat. Again, Crest just trying to keep the ball off the center of the plate. Give them pitches that they cannot do damage with. Especially since, as we've seen this weekend, Ball State, especially here, can hit home runs.
Top home run hitting team, and a swing and a miss by Bayless sends him packing, and the Falcons are 1 out away from holding Ball State scoreless in the 9th. And it looks like we're going to get a pitching change here. We will be right back with that new pitcher. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
To listen to replays of recent Falcon Media Sports Network's broadcasts, tune into WBGU 88.1 FM every weekday morning from midnight to 3 a.m.
Hi, this is Ken Daniels, play-by-play voice of the Detroit Red Wings, and you are listening to BG Falcon Sports, brought to you by the Bowling Green Radio Sports Organization right here on Falcon Radio.
BG Women's Track heads to Charlottesville, Virginia for the Virginia Challenge on Friday, April 18th and Saturday, April 19th. Falcon Media Sports Network's Kevin Hutchinson will have a recap on bgfalconmedia.com.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow, and Bowling Green are just 1 out away from keeping Ball State scoreless in the 9th. We have a new pitcher as the day is done for Nate Kress. Titus Lotz has taken the mound for Bowling Green. Run us through his stat sheet.
Yeah, Titus Lotz, the left-handed pitcher out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio, comes in with a 5.68 ERA, 2-0 on the year with 2 saves, 19 innings, 13 runs total, 12 of them earned, 15 walks, 15 strikeouts. 3 wild pitches on the year. Control's been a question with him a little bit all year. However, he's had the outing at OU, a couple really great outings like most pitchers on this Falcon staff. High leverage situation, 2 on, 2 out. Go ahead run on second base in the form of Ty Davis.
And now, you might be asking yourself, if you're listening to this at home, why didn't the Falcons put in Connor Penrod? And it's all speculation for us at this point, but Lots has been very good. Penrod, like we mentioned, one of the best closers in the country, but yesterday, tough situation as this ball's popped up and it will dribble the throw to first, not on time. And now the bases will be loaded for Dylan Grego. Nightmare situation for Bowling Green.
Yeah, it looks just like Antillion was back there, and it was just slow hopper over to him and just wasn't able to make up the throw with Richter hustling down the line. I'm not sure if there was anything that Antillion could have done differently other than maybe throw the ball like Ellie De La Cruz across the diamond at 103. It's just a good infield single for Richter.
That one by Lots, a bit low, tucked it inside, but too far inside for ball one.
Again, like I said, it is a little bit worrying almost knowing Lots' wild pitches this year with the go-ahead run at third base.
I would be more worried if I were you, Coyle, with the fact that you have a grand slam hitter from yesterday in another grand slam opportunity right now.
I think that the Bowling Green pitching staff has been able to neutralize Grego to a point today, but everything can change in an instant.
That ball delivered a touch low for ball number 2, so it's a 2-1 count, 2 outs. Bases loaded here. There are still arms in BGSU's bullpen. There's obviously nobody in Ball State. They just made a pitching change.
Penrod is still up in that Falcon pen.
That ball is low again, so a 3-1 count. Lots up against the clock here. He doesn't have a base to give.
If I'm Dylan Grego here, I am taking unless it's a pitch that I can put off of the batter's eye in center field. Any ball is an automatic run.
And that one will be skied over, and that will put runners everywhere. That might even be a triple for Dylan Grego. And just like that, you're right, everything changes in an instant. 3 runs for Ball State. In an instant, Bowling Green now down 3 late to the Cards.
3-run triple again by Dylan Grego. Just a good piece of hitting by him to be able to rope the ball down that right field line. It might not have been the hardest hit ball all year.
But it was one of the best placements.
Yeah, that ball was right down that right field line.
Lots puts that one low in front of right, corrals it. So 1-2 count.
That does put Lots in line for the loss if the Falcon offense cannot come back in the bottom half.
Lots. The delivery. Swung on. That one's skied. It's going back. It's going way back. It hits the wall. That will score Grego. Going over to second base. That one goes off of Antillion and grabbed by Lots. So that's a double for another RBI.
Again, that is just a terrible turn of events for the Falcons here. It is again, in an instant, as Coach Halleck comes out once again just to try to get his guys back to level heads. And that is exactly what you don't want to see if you are at Stellar Field wearing orange today. Ball State does hang a 4 spot in the top of the ninth with Nick Hakowski still at second base with 2 outs.
So Hasovsky's going to plant himself at second. Garrett Arnold has had 3 straight outs, a strikeout and 2 flyouts, but both very deep shots. He's got the power. Lots. That one swung on foul behind his head. Strike 1. Count remains 0-1. Hefty lead there for Hasovsky. That ball tucks itself inside. Saved by Garrett Wright. Count sits at 1-1.
Again, like Coach Halleck has said all year, one of the greatest things about baseball is you have to get 27 outs.
Check swing in there by Arnold. And that's something we've talked about the Falcons all year. They are the comeback birds. They're the cardiac Falcons, and they've been doing that. But recently they have adjusted a different identity. They've changed it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's, again.
And that ball tucks inside for a 3-1 count. That one's going to dribble and double dive. Neither of them able to get it. The combination of an Antillian and Laird. That's an RBI single for Arnold. And things have gotten ugly here at Stellar Field.
Yeah, it's, again, 27 outs. The team can't get all 27 outs. That's 5 spot here in the top of the ninth. 16-11. It's becoming a nightmare scenario for BG as Giovanetti swings on a really low pitch there for strike 1. At this point, if I'm Titus Watts, pretty much just in there to get that last out and just kind of eat the innings here.
That one's going to be swung on and bounced off of home plate, so it's an 0-2 count now. One strike separates Bowling Green from waking up from this nightmare. And he has rung up Giovanetti. Bowling Green's nightmare inning ends as they have a lot of work to do. They need 5 runs to keep this contest going. You are listening to BGSU Baseball right here on Falcon Radio.
Don't have time to tune into a BGSU sports broadcast? Falcon Media Sports Network will have you covered with live updates of home BGSU athletic events. To follow along, head over to @BG_FMSN on Twitter X.
Falcon softball begins a 3-game series against Central Michigan in Mount Pleasant on Friday, April 18th at 3 p.m. Falcon Media Sports Network's Foster Rosti will have a recap of the game on bgfalconmedia.com.
Welcome back here to Stellar Field. Bowling Green have a lot of ground to make up if they want to steal this one from the Ball State Cardinals. I'm Chaz McNeil, and I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow. And we have had a day, Coyle. It is currently getting close to the 4th hour of this game. First pitch was exactly at 3 p.m. We'll be lucky if it ends at exactly 4, but you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, as of the original scheduled time earlier this week, we are 6 hours past when that game was slated to begin. 2-hour delay pushed the start back to 3 o'clock. It is now 6:48, and we are going to the bottom of the 9th inning here at Stellar Field. The Falcons are chasing 5 runs after Ball State batted around in the top half of the inning.
And now if you're Bowling Green, it's a matter of now, not when.
I think right now it needs to be unselfish hitting. It's not because that run right leading off doesn't matter.
And just like that, it just curves. I was going to say that was a very well-placed ball by Wright, but it just bites it to the left.
Foul. Yeah, and I think like I was saying, I think right now the main thing is that run doesn't matter. You are still chasing 5.
Yeah.
Station to station hitting, work the ball.
Wright looks that one in for ball number 2. So he sits here at a nice 2-1 count. And Bowling Green, like we mentioned, they are not a stranger to the comeback as well. They've had several this year. They'll need to readopt that identity that they've kind of lost. As Garrett Wright will send that one up, it bloops in front of the left fielder King. And that is a hit for a single for Garrett Wright.
Yeah, Garrett Wright, again, just another good piece of hitting, showing why he is a candidate for what could be a MAC Player of the Year run. He's been consistent.
He has been one of the most reliable players in the entire MAC, one of the highest on-base percentage, highest OPS, wow.
All of them.
Yeah, highest everything. Birchmeyer will watch an off-speed curl into him.
So coming into Thursday, Wright was 42nd in the NCAA for on-base percentage. But thanks to yesterday, today, and then Thursday, he's guaranteed to move up that list a good number of spots.
Birchmeyer swinging on that one, fouls it. That was a hard hit ball. So much power for Brady Birchmeyer. No outs for Bowling Green. 2 strikes and just a goose egg for balls for Brady Birchmeyer. And Birchmeyer will get rung up, struck out looking on 3 straight strikes.
Yeah, that can't happen chasing 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th. Going down looking on a pitch that was very clearly a strike.
Now we have Gavin Gannon coming up to bat. 2 walks and 3 strikeouts make up his entire repertoire today. Has yet to get a base hit. Gannon looks into that one, settles it, and decides not to swing on that pitch as it falls down low for a 1-0 count.
Right, with a very small lead at first base.
Gannon looks that one in, and it will be a strike in that top right-hand corner.
Just trying to piece a nice late run together.
Gannon looks that one in, and it will be a ball.
Looks pretty good from up here, but clearly home plate umpire Stephen Miller thought otherwise.
Miller adjusts into his stance behind Arnold, the catcher. That one dips down for ball number 3, so it's an advantageous 3-1 count for Gavin Gannon.
I think, again, the biggest thing here is not trying to do too much with the baseball. Find a way to get on and maximize the guy behind you.
And Gannon will bounce that one into a double play situation, and it's overthrown. And that goes wide past Giovannetti. So it's a fielder's choice, saved the game for Bowling Green. Gavin Gannon sits on first base, but now still so much work as Garrett Wright will head home.
Yep, that brings up Zach Horkey again, another guy with multiple strikeouts to his name today. One looking and one swinging.
The right fielder, Zach Horkey.
So Horkey, you mentioned the strikeout looking and strikeout swinging. He also has a double for an RBI and a single and a fielder's choice. First pitch for him, he swings on that one, bounces it, finds a hole, and just like that, Bowling Green have 2 base runners. Gannon on second and Horkey on first, as up comes Gunnar Antillian, who has been hot, but in his past 3 at-bats, he flew out twice and was walked.
Again, what the hottest guy on this Bowling Green team coming into today. Just station to station.
The delivery, looked down on by Antillian, does not swing. Good call, as that will be ball number 1.
Quinn still out there. There is still motion in the Ball State bullpen just in case.
Good. We're seeing good continued control out of Quinn. He looks that one in. That'll be ball number 2. Not sure really where that one missed.
Quinn is currently at 46 pitches through 2 1/3. Wondering how long they'll stretch him out.
If he gets one more out, that'll be the longest Ball State pitcher, would be 2 2/3 innings. So not a whole lot of distance out of these guys. 3-0 count for Antillian. Antillian not even picking the bat up off his shoulder with how long these balls are. That one will fall in for strike number 1.
Yeah, and I think right now the regret of that 5th run is setting in. It's very hard that it happened. The 5th run, however.
That ball swung on and bent foul.
That 5th run, however, you take that away. You're a bloop and a blast here from tying up this ball game with 2 outs in the 9th. This is truly the payoff pitch of this ball game here for the Falcons.
Do or die here for Bowling Green. Gunnar Antillian stands in, 3-2 count. This one for the game. Runners going, that one pops through, and the bases will revolve, trying to make it home, and he will as Horkey. Is Gannon, excuse me. Horkey on second, and on first is Antillian. Bowling Green now need 4, and up is Braden Curlis with 2 walks, 2 flyouts, and a single.
Again, you have Curlis, Mattice, and Laird next 3. As it stands right now, Mattice would be the tying run.
Curlis hit his first career home run. He pops that one up, adjusting under it, and making the grab is Beavis. That will be the game for Bowling Green. They end up dropping the rubber match to Ball State, losing 16-12, excuse me. Bottom of the ninth, the Falcons stay at fourth of the MAC, barring a couple crazy situations. Ball State cement themselves. Bowling Green have lost their fourth series of the year. We will be right back with the postgame right here on Falcon Radio.
Did you know Falcon Media Sports Network has video highlights of BGSU athletic events? To see all the moments from your favorite BGSU teams and athletes, head over to the BG Falcon Media YouTube channel or view them on bgfalconmedia.com.
BGSU baseball faces Ball State in the second game of the series on Friday, April 18th. Tune in to Falcon Media Sports Network's Tyler Kavelitz and Chaz McNeil beginning at 12:45 for pregame and 1 p.m. for first pitch on Falcon Radio.
Baseball heads to the state up north for a non-conference battle against Michigan on Tuesday, April 22nd. Falcon Media Sports Network's Tyler Kavelitz and Noah Seeley will have the call beginning at 3:45 for pregame and 4 p.m. for first pitch on WBGU 88.1 FM.
Back here at Stellar Field, Bowling Green have dropped their second game in a row to the Ball State Cardinals. And again, that loss coming off of a last-minute ninth inning miracle by Ball State, second in a row for the Cards. What were some of the miscues? Before I get into that, I'm Chaz McNeil, joined by Coyle Withrow. Coyle, what were some of the miscues that you really think put Ball State ahead of the Falcons in this game?
So, right off the bat, missed opportunities. That's been the story of the weekend for the Falcons. The Falcons left 13 men on base today. Again, that's something that you cannot do when trying to win these high-scoring games. And on top of that, we had 11 strikeouts pitching. We struck out Ball State 11 times, and still didn't really capitalize on it. We were able to get the strikeouts. We were able to consistently get outs, just not when we needed them. I think we saw that big time in the ninth with that 3-run triple by Dylan Grego. It's just kind of, again, missed opportunities. That's the story of the weekend.
Yeah, several times Bowling Green was just unable to get things going at the right time, even though for both of these these last two games, they were very consistent. In the first one, it wasn't a big blowout scoring fest either, but they were able to slug one out in a low scorer. So you look at some of the performances here. Landon Williman gave a good 3 innings, gave up 5 runs, 4 of them earned. The big moment you kind of want to circle here is either Titus Lotz pitching just a third of an inning, giving up 3 earned runs on that triple with 4 hits, or Nick Kress. So it was a tough little stretch there for Bowling Green, unable to get things done. But now you got to have short-term memory and really just kind of push through. If you're Bowling Green, this is not over for you. You have the MAC tournament ahead of you. You just got to win games, and they've got a series against Eastern Michigan coming up. So, Coyle, before we go, who is your player of the game in this contest?
So, right now, player of the game, just like yesterday, it's probably got to be Dylan Grego. A big, clutch, 3-run triple in the top of the ninth inning. Outside of, a guy can still go, 3 for 5, 4 for 5. a clutch bases clearing triple beats that out every single day.
Massive moment there for Ball State. They really deserved this game. They managed to the thing is they hung with the Falcons the entire time, and then when their moment came, they took it. Massive game. For me, I think I agree with you there. I think that was a very big moment by Dylan Grego. He's been phenomenal. For Bowling Green, I would probably have to go Garrett Wright.
Yep.
Garrett Wright, 4 hits with an RBI. He was walked once. He's been very good. And as a whole, not as stark of a batting day for Bowling Green. They still put up 12 runs, big performances, but I think we're going to call that there. So before we go, I want to issue a couple quick thank yous. First off, to my broadcast partner, Coyle Withrow. Been great calling the game with you. Probably going to get several more this year.
Yep.
You can catch a recap of the game by Artie Abrego on bgfalconmedia.com shortly after this game concludes. And thank you to Caden Knapp in the studio, pressing all the buttons, keeping us on air. So with that said, I've been Chaz McNeil. Tune in next time we have a game on Falcon Radio or 88.1 FM. Have a phenomenal rest of your day.
This broadcast has been a Falcon Media Sports Network production. For more BGSU sports news and updates, follow Falcon Media Sports Network on Twitter X at BG_FMSN, BG Falcon Media on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, and head over to BGFalconmedia.com.